Hey, guys. Oh, that's a nice flute. That's quite nice in the morning. Good morning. How y'all been? Good? That's good. How's the chat doing? Let's start a goal. Let's start a goal. That's right. Yeah, another day. Another wild... What a wild internet. What a weird internet. So, did you guys watch the debate last night? Did you guys see that? With Jay? Man. That was crazy. That guy was... I mean, I don't know, I'm not trying to be mean, but... That dude was dumb. But you know what I'm saying? You gotta take the opponents you got, if you can take them, you know? You just gotta take it. You'd be like, okay, I'll do it. This guy... LL Cool Judaizer. That dude looked like he walked right off a Fat Joe music video shoot. It's bizarre. And you're like, you ask yourself, hey, how does this happen? How do these people exist? I wonder if the early church thought this about the heretics. They were like, what? They were like, how do you exist? But now it's even worse because people get really creative. Like Harriet Tubman is a prophet. And I mean, you get all sorts of wacky stuff. One of the wacky things that you get today is this perpetual idea that Muslims worship the same God. And one of the proponents is Capturing Christianity, Cameron Bertuzzi. No matter how many times he gets corrected or hosts a debate where it gets completely eviscerated, the idea, how it's completely incompatible. It's not just logically incoherent, it's incompatible with Catholicism. It's not even compatible. So we're going to look at that, and, that's important. You know, we did a little bit on Vatican II, just getting into the meat of it, some of it there. But I like to see some of the argumentation as well, because people defend it. And so in addition to reading the text, as we did yesterday, I want to see how people actually defend it in real time in a debate. And from what I've seen, it's impossible to defend. You have to do all sorts of elastic thinking to make this work. But first, of course, I need to plug, Russell Brand's new book. So...
Yes, Russell Brand, How to Become a Christian in 7 Days May Take 50 Years of Sin and Serious F***ups to Get Started, is available for pre-order. There's a link in the description telling you, showing you, making clear to you how to get that. That's the cross made out of flies, because when the Lord come to me, it was like psychedelic kinesia, is how I describe it, or kinetic psychedelia. Ugh! It was eviscerating. I knew that the Jesus of our culture and of our church was not the real truth of Jesus, that there was something deeper, more profound available to you right now. Oh, mwah, very proud of this book.
Wow, what a disgusting creature. If I were king, I wouldn't last long, but neither would he. I mean, it's just so shameless, dude. I had an experience that I was being tackled by Jesus flies. How to become a Christian in 7 days overnight. If you get accused of sexual harassment, just switch over to Christianity and make a book about it. It's just like, there's just not even any life in there. He's just kind of like, all right, do this. Now I do this. Chaw says, for 10 buckaroos, I tried to engage last night with this insane feminist YouTube streamer. I hoped it would end up with a funny clip, but I just left feeling spiritually drained. It was probably a pure waste of time. That's kind of my experience most of the time. Chaw. Even when I go in as Christo into TikTok, it's like a full body vampire. It's something. You know, it's just, there's something. You feel like you went to you know what I'm saying? You feel like you went to you accidentally went to a brothel, but it was an intellectual brothel. Hey, you watch your mouth, Jim Bob. Harriet Tubman is the black Israelite's Muhammad. Yeah, that was funny. I might look at some clips there. I have a really funny idea, actually, for some of that. Some of that debate.
My buddy wanted to go to Burger King for lunch. He said, let's go to Burger King. Great, I said, as I got in the car. He then sped off a cliff and the car tumbled into a Wendy's parking lot. I looked at him and said, this isn't Burger King, and now the Catholics are mad for some reason.
That's funny. Yeah, it's wild. And I ask these people really simple questions. I had a little Twitter spat with one of them. And they won't answer these very basic questions. And I use the doctor analogy. And the doctor hypothetical basically exposes why the title of God and the person of God, you have to be clear, because the title of God doesn't really give you the referent fully. Just like a status. It's like a, well, it would be a nature. So you're like, oh, that. It's a that. A that? No, that's not a who. You have to have a who. Anyway, Habibi. We are worship same God, Habibi. It's funny, the Muslims don't even say it, though. I haven't heard many Muslims. Maybe they're the Muslims who debate a bunch, who are trying to do this, like, let's be friends thing. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Why can't... Oh, well, that's why. Okay. Oh, thank you. Very generous. Good start to the goals today. Thank you so much, Natalie. Giovanni, good morning, Jimbo. And a beautiful chat, yes. Hello to the beautiful chat. Jim Bob, you read the work of Bryce J. against the Filioque. He covers St. Augustine, proving he taught eternal manifestation, not father and son principle. Not sure, I'm not following. Bryce J. and some of the things he covers is out of my wheelhouse. Okay? I'm just a lowly laity dum-dum, okay? It's just, you already lost me. I'm gone. Jeremy says, I showed my wife your Uncle Tucky animation last night. She's a tough nut to crack, but you got her. Nice, nice. Converting her to Joylandia? Well, make sure you both convert to Orthodoxy, because, if Orthodoxy is the next island over and you could take a plane over Joylandia, do it. You can always come back around. Why can't we be inbred? Why can't we be inbred? Your culture is yodeling? I don't like it. Stop it. Stop it. Luca, our resident Catholic here, in addition to EBT. Honestly, Luca's better behaved than EBT. Do Catholics worship the same God as Eastern Orthodox, since there's a difference? Well, that's a good question, Luca. We're actually going to cover that because... thank you. We're going to cover that because hopefully, if the timing's right, Chase Haggard's going to come on because I think he can address that and why it's distinct from the question of Islam. Because the Catholics, perhaps there's a set of criterion that's required to say you're even referring to the Christian God. Necessarily so. Based on Christian ecclesiology. And so what we're arguing is that from the Catholic position, without orthodoxy, Luca, from the Catholic position, You guys once held that Muslims were worshiping a demon authoritatively from a pope, and then now that's not the case. So that's a contradiction. So either the papacy is wrong, or you can worship a demon and God at the same time. You got to choose. But yeah, the filioque way, from a Orthodox perspective, it's still wrong. It's still wrong. But the referent and the reference meet. For Islam, it's not. It's like, in fact, in a strange way, the way Catholics argue and make accommodations for Muslims to say they're intending and focusing worship on the same God as us, we might actually make a valid position about Catholics from that perspective. But when you jump over to Islam, you're out. It's over. You can't. It's not the same category even. It's not even the same category. So you guys are trying to merge categories and be like, well, no, I mean, they use the term God of Abraham, so, well, no, that's a title. Catholics and Orthodox both affirm the personhood. Persons. You direct worship toward persons. You engage with persons. That's how we operate in the world. That makes sense. So getting the persons correct is way closer than just getting a general concept abstract called God or God of Abraham out there, right? That's not. But we're going to get into that with first we're going to look at this terrible paragraph from Capturing Christianity. One of the worst. This guy. Really insufferable. I'd be pissed. I'd actually be. I mean, if I was Catholic, I'd be pissed with the state of Catholicism based on the recent statements from the Pope. But certainly the people like Capturing Christianity, ugh, it's weak. You thought the Superman analogy? No, if you're talking about Capture Christianity, Superman analogy in favor affirming that Muslims and Catholics worship the same God is still flawed because you know the person of Superman, Clark Kent. You have to know who it is. It's who, not what. Who. What authoritative statement? We're going to get into it. I think it was Pope Urban II. We'll cover it in an older debate, not that old, but Jay and Trent Doherty, Father Deacon Ananias, and some other guy. Chase Haggard, he'll be jumping on, hopefully. Chase, I made a single room just for you. It's a single guest room in Discord, single. But the problem is, I'm going to have to get through this because you won't be able to watch this at the same time, I think, and live review it because it's not set up that way right now. But you can talk about whatever you want and maybe even take questions. Catholics would be considered closer, quote, but they're... I got to get out of here. He says Catholics would be considered closer, but their dogma doesn't point to the same being, in my opinion. Could they have worship of a God due to God being everywhere present? Yes, they do. In so facto, no. Yeah, maybe Chase, when he comes on, he could further either elucidate or correct anything I've said before about this, which is like, well, Catholics at least acknowledge personhood of God. So even if their conception or model of the Trinity is off, it's nothing like the Muslim view. I mean, the Muslims don't acknowledge that God is a father. They don't acknowledge that he has a begotten son that's eternal. They don't acknowledge the triune aspect, the triune nature of God at all. And people are like, yeah, no, they're accidentally focusing their worship toward something they explicitly know about and explicitly reject. It's like weird. It's like gaslighting. It's like gaslighting the Muslims in a positive way. You're like, no, you worship the right God. And they're like, no, brother, we don't. Brother, we know we're not focusing on that, brother. And they're like, no, you are. No, you are. No, you voted for Obama. What? No, I didn't. No, you voted for Obama. No, I didn't. I didn't vote for Obama. You prayed for me last night. No, I didn't. No, you did. No, I prayed for my uncle. No. You were close. You were incorrectly praying for me, but you were praying for me. No, it was my uncle. It was definitely my uncle. No. I am your uncle now. I am your uncle now. All right. So Capturing Christianity writes this big old long thing here on Twitter again. And he actually says this is an argument. It's more like a way of looking at something. I wouldn't even constitute this as an argument, but he says, do Christians and Muslims worship the same God? Here's the strongest argument that they do. And I almost never see anyone deal with it, he says. That's what he says. He says, Christians and Muslims, capital, disagree about God. Okay? Christians say God is triune. Muslims say he's not. It's not just that, bro. That looks like a straightforward contradiction. No, it's worse than that, bucko. It's not just triune. Father. Even if you took a Unitarian view, obviously there are people who think they're Christian who hold a Unitarian view, right? They hold at least that God is a father, which is contradictory, because if God's eternally a father, he would eternally have a begotten son. That's eternal. But forget that for a second. Notice how he doesn't mention that, right? Oh, Christians also believe God is father. And Muslims reject that aspect too. That looks like a straightforward contradiction, but it's not, I promise you. Okay. All right. I promise you it's not a contradiction. I'm going to gaslight you into believing it's not a contradiction. Here's the contradiction. Muslims don't worship Christ. Muslims worship Christ. P and not P. But here's the thing. I should read it in his voice. But here's the thing. Disagreement is only possible if you're talking about the same subject. What? Disagreement is only possible if you're talking about the same subject? That's question begging. We disagree on what the subject is. It's like, what are you talking about? You can't just skip to affirming it's the same subject. That's what's in question, dude. Here's the thing. You have to affirm that it's the same subject. Otherwise, what are we disagreeing on? What? No. We disagree on what the subject is. That's such a sneaky move. Does that work on people? Does that work on people, Cameron? Hi, I'm Cameron Bertuzzi. That doesn't even make any sense. If I say, quote, Jones is tall, notice how he starts with a person. Isn't this wild? My counter argument to this constantly has been the thing in question is the person, not the status. Jones is a human being. Human. Oh, I worship human. Oh, we must worship the same human because it says human, right? No. I worship the human of the North. Oh, so do I. I've heard of the human of the North. I worship the human of the North too. Oh, really? Oh, it's settled then. We worship the same person, right? No. You have to figure out who the human of the North is. Who? Not what. Human of the North is a what? Who? Who is the human of the North? He says, if I say Jones is tall, person, and you say Jones is short, We're only disagreeing if we mean the same Jones. How dense are you, dude? This is getting me worked up. How stupid this is. Sorry, I'm trying to be objective here, but this is so frustrating. You're literally giving the reason why the argument that they worship the same God doesn't work because you're using person. Yes, it's a quantifier shift fallacy. We mean the same Jones. Yeah, we know who Jones is, though. That's the difference. We know who Jones is. It could be multiple Joneses, though. So now we have to figure out, are we talking about Indiana Jones or John Jones or whatever his name is, a UFC fighter? If we're talking about two different guys who happen to share similar name or title, there's no actual disagreement at all. Just two unrelated claims. Yeah, that's what's going on. You got it. That's what's going on right there. Two unrelated claims. God is X, God is X. I worship the God of Abraham, Jones, and you worship the God of Abraham. Two claims. Who is the God of Abraham is the thing that's going to determine whether you're talking about the same referent. And that's the sneaky part. They present God of Abraham as the referent, but I would argue that God of Abraham is actually a reference. The referent would be who you're talking about. Who is the God of Abraham? So if Christians and Muslims don't worship the same God, then they don't actually disagree. What? They're just making separate claims about separate beings, but that's absurd. They don't agree on what? The question isn't whether or not they agree. The question is whether or not they're directing their, quote, worship, which another thing in question that Jay covers, worship. What's worship from a Christian paradigm? What's worship from a Muslim paradigm? Do they require the same things? Same criterion? No, they don't. They're just talking, they're making separate claims about separate beings. Yeah, that's what's going on. He's conflating he's conflating the entire thing. Completely different thing. The question isn't whether or not Muslims and Christians agree about anything. That's not what's in question, dude. And it gets worse, he says. Ancient Israelites before Christ weren't Trinitarians, but almost no Christian wants to say the Old Testament prophets worshipped a different God. Well, no, that's the Trinity is the Old Testament God. The theophanies are Trinitarian. So now you need to explain what metaphysical rupture happened. Oh, I see his argument. You have to explain something. I make claims and you have to... This guy's not serious, is he? You're not a serious person, dude. This is dumb. You're not a serious person. In my view, Orthodox and Catholics share the same faith. Well, they don't, but have different theologies. That's a contradiction. It's like Alexandria. No, dude, you could only use a very general sense to say that. They share the same faith, but faith is the theology. What is faith other than the theology? So, like, you could only get away with a very general sense of that, Luca. You could say, oh, a lot of things are close and overlapping, and they both argue church history. They both make a claim back to Christ and his apostles and the Great Commission, the passing down, the succession, right? You make similar claims in the faith, but no, you really can't fully say they share the same faith, but they have different faith. That's a contradiction. Now, you can get nuanced with it. I'm not going to be so strict on you here, Luca, because, I really want you to move over to orthodoxy. But no, only in a sense, like a sense where you're at at the bar talking with a beer. You know what I mean? You could be like, oh yeah, it's like we're rooted in the same claims. We were rooted in the same claims. So, anyway, so he says that, and then, when you get to this debate, if you guys haven't watched this, is definitely something you should watch. if, at some point. This is the claim, Luca, you were asking for here. Pope Urban II calls for the First Crusade, Council of Clermont, 1095, infidels that worship demons. He's referring to Muslims. So you can't declare from this authoritative position in your Catholic view. You can't appeal to this and say, oh, no, it was true that they worship demons, but now they don't. Is that what you're saying? Did they both worship a demon and not worship a demon at the same time? Is it possible to worship a demon, but you're just incorrectly worshiping Christ? Is this possible from your view? Because that's what some of these people have to say. Even Trent said it. No, they're worshiping a bunch of things, but includes God. It's like, no. They went to a entity buffet, right? This is kind of the argument. Oh, they went to an entity buffet, and they put every single entity on their platter. It included the true God, but they also consumed the false gods. But it was a mishmash. It's like, look, you don't accidentally intend and focus, sacrifice and worship toward a God accidentally get it right. You can't accidentally. It's like, oh, I didn't know. It's silly.
It's factually
There's
wrong,
not an
but
argument.
it's not early Islam from
Point of appreciation. However, it seemed like I think every single one of the passages, as far as I could tell, was totally consistent with an affirmative answer. So, for example, that Christians and Muslims worship the same God is consistent with them worshiping demons also. It's consistent with...
What? I don't know if Trent Doherty... I watched this 3 times, this section. And I actually don't know what I really want to know what he meant by this, because I had the same reaction as Jay. I tilted my head and said, wait, what? It's consistent. Wait. If it's consistent that they worship the same God, it's consistent that they also worship demons? What?
Considering Islam so dangerous as to prevent the public worship, I would assume that...
But not everything a pope says is an authoritative statement forever. Well, I mean, you're getting... Oh, fine. Look. Even if that was granted, right? I don't know the shelf life of authoritative statements from popes on your view, but it's authoritative at the time. So you have to tell me something notably changed that you have knowledge of in the theology, in your theology, to say that Muslims somehow changed. They moved the needle closer to God. They were worshiping demons, even though at the time you could, like in this debate, Jay covers it, the history gets into a little bit of the history. What are you saying actually changed? Because the Muslims didn't change, but your Catholic position changed on the Muslims. Why? How is that? How can that happen? The Muslims don't shift their theology and their practices, but the Catholic comes in and goes, well, no, they didn't know it. They didn't know they shifted more correctly. Okay, you're going to have to point to how you determine that then. How the F do you take these people's money to answer questions? Well, I mean, why are you blaming me? You should be asking them. How the F are you paying a super chat to ask questions? Did it ever occur to you, Zero Lessons, that it's their way of contributing to the channel because they get value out of the channel? Did you ever think about that, Zero Lessons? Are you having Are you also a creative person and having trouble converting your creativity and your gifts into income? Sorry, don't blame me, dude. Why are you so upset about money anyway? Are you Jewish?
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
What's the problem? Is this something new to you that channels have memberships and super chats? Is super chats a new thing for you? Why don't you cry harder?
Take a deep breath out.
There's 0 lessons.
Whatever.
Gosh, just insufferable. Insufferable.
I mean, we know that the Catholic Church.
Jason Cassell, $10. Started late. Russell Brand's book should be called "How to Grift Off Christianity in 7 Days." It's like so shameless. That's shameless. 0 lessons. That's who you should be going after. That guy. The difference. I'm not selling you promises, dude. Unbelievable. Hey, 0, I'll pay for you to ask. Yeah, do you want to ask a question? Wait. Are you mad that you don't have any money to send me a question, but you want all the attention that the super chats get? Is that what it is? Unbelievable.
Church ordered the burning of Christian heretics, that they not only allowed.
Danny says missing C's point. Hold on, Vajine's talking and she takes priority. She's like our cow.
Allah is not a father, so he could never be YHWH. Just like your Pope could never be holy like mine. Yawn shades.
Yeah. Danny says, missing Cameron's point here, it's a disagreement about the one true God being Jesus triune, which only works if they shared a referent. No, the referent would be the person, not the title. The title would be the reference. To know the referent that you're using the title for, you need the person. You can't worship God from a Christian perspective and know who you're worshiping without the person. That's how we know Muslims don't worship the triune God, because they don't worship the persons of the triune God. You need to direct your worship toward the person. You need the person. Now, they know the persons. They reject the persons. So it's not possible. It's not logically possible that they're worshiping the 3 persons of the Trinity accidentally, because they know who they are and they reject them as God.
Full grade Justin here. Pretty sure the way it works is the latest Pope has the authority over the previous.
Yeah, like
so
Mormonism.
If a Pope in the 1800s says that the church should bless homosexual marriages, then it is binding on the church. But if one later in the 1900s says they should not bless homosexual marriages, then it overrides the previous. Therefore, always just listen to Big Popey Papa.
Yeah, it's like Mormonism. In that way, the new president, can do away with the authoritative position, the theological, dogmatic position. Let's say polygamy. That was revealed to Joseph Smith. Look, he was around a couple, good-looking Mormon faces. And he was like, you know what? I need a new revelation. Like, this is just too good. This is too good to be true. And then, later on, they're like, no, that was wrong. You can't explain it to me, Danny. I've seen you try to explain this. You're not refuting anything I'm saying. You're just saying, I'll explain it to you. I've just explained it to you. Look at it this way, Danny. If person 1 says, I have the truest, best doctor in New York City, and person 2 says, oh, that title rings a bell. I also have the best, truest doctor in New York City. Danny, simple question that no one ever answers. How do I figure out if we're talking about the same best, truest doctor in New York City? What's the one thing I need to know in order to know that we're talking about the same person? Hint? Now, I asked Capturing Christianity this, he won't answer. I asked people on X in these threads, they won't answer. You know why? Because the answer shows the distinction between the title and the person. And the only way you know if you're worshiping the same God is to know if you're worshiping the person. That's the thing that's going to be the arbiter. Just like the doctor analogy. You can't escape the doctor analogy. It's a clean-cut defeater. I would never tip JB again if it didn't make Zero so mad. Yeah, if you guys want to make Zero mad, now's the time to do it, obviously. This is the best time. Best time to upset Zero. I don't have a question, but here's some money. Oh, I do want to say that based off Allah said I can marry this kid stuff in their book, I'm just going to assume it's not the same God as ours. Yeah. Yeah. Take my money and don't answer my questions so that Jay can see. Yeah, Zero, what's going on, buddy? Wait a second. Giving Jim Bob money angers people? That's right. That's correct. That's correct. What? You didn't answer the question. Dude, why are you guys so difficult? You guys are sophists, man. There are definite... Dude, I asked you a question.
I just get so mad. I just get so mad. I just get so mad.
It's always the same, man. So depressing.
That they were referring to the same being, but I think required that they were referring to the same being. So I don't think there's any limitation whatsoever on the sort of suppression or maligning, as it were, of any view just because they share the same view of God.
Can I go see the abstract title truest best doctor, or do I need to know actually who it is? Go see would be worship. Can I participate with the best, truest doctor in New York City if I don't know who it is? You can find... I answer my question. I love my wife. I love your wife. Therefore, my wife... Yeah. I love my wife. You also have a wife. Therefore, you love my wife, and I love your wife, and the wife is the same because wife is a title. As a Catholic, I can agree with everything JB is saying about Muslims and still be in good standing. It's not part of the depositive. Well, actually, that's not true. The statements and the positions about Muslims in those documents are actually something you as a laity must hold to. So, Luca, just come over to Orthodoxy. Look, you guys already affirmed the sacraments are valid. I mean, you're only just getting a more full bowl of Christianity. Come on, man. Get over here. Get over here.
Horrifically from Hakriti helium of a dear crucifilio bacafratanga and Nelio to the Ganam brother Gligri.
There's a big 50 for Zero. Zero lessons. Big 50 for you, sir. Hey, Zero, you definitely wiped from the back to front. Oh, gosh. Giovanni. And what fixes can you just answer a simple question? Do I need to write it in crayon on my screen, Danny? I think it's fair. If you want my attention, then you at least answer a basic question. I'll say it again, okay? If I claim to go to the best, truest doctor in New York City, and you claim to go to the best, truest doctor in New York City, what do we need to know to figure out if we're talking about the same doctor? I'll ask it again and again until you answer it.
Well, how could the referent be a demon and at the same time be the true God?
It's
No,
not.
I said they
The
could do
claim is
both.
just that there are multiple. Yeah, the claim is just that there are multiple references, right? They worship more than one entity.
Who? Muslims?
Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah.
imagine that the claim there is historically early Muslims, at the transition into Islam from Arabian polytheism.
Yeah.
There was presumably a transition period where they're both worshiping the true God and.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? I thought so. Is there this transition period? Right, they're worshiping demons, they're worshiping demons, they're worshiping demons. Chase asked Danny, what's the verification principle? Coincidentally, the Catholics who are defending this position on this debate here need the same exact question answered. They transitioned. The Muslims are trans-Christian, guys. Lots of conditions. Perhaps find the entity. This is so easy, dude. In reality, Danny, in reality, bro. This is why philosophy can actually rot your brain. In reality, Danny, you claim to go to the best, truest doctor in New York City, and so do I. How do I determine? Basic, natural language, bro. How do we determine if we're talking about the same doctor? It's really simple. I can't answer that because it destroys my argument. Jeez, man. My child, my 7-year-old could answer this. Do I have a 7-year-old? 9, yeah.
They're pagan deities who might well be demons.
This isn't the transition period. This is well into the
just like the Jews. Just like the Jews did.
But I don't grant that
that's referring to the religion.
I don't grant
the quotation is from the Middle Ages. Sorry,
this is well into the history of Islam. It is not early Islam. The 1200s is not early
citation
Islam.
Needed. Citation needed. I mean,
citation was given in my opening statement. The medieval councils that I referred to.
When's the timeout? I see you right now, Zero. Must have been a short timeout.
Do you want me to bring him back up?
You're more than welcome.
Truist, I could take Truist out, dude, if that's tripping you up. You're the one who thinks we're all God anyway, Ryan remembers, so you're disqualified. We're talking about the same doctor insofar as the thing we're picking out. No, it's not a thing, bro. Doctors aren't... Is a doctor a thing or a person? You still didn't answer my question. I didn't ask what you think a doctor is and what it does. No one asked you whether or not doctors do the same thing. We're talking about whether the doctor is the same person. I didn't ask, how do you determine doctors do the same thing? You little sophist pig snake? Gosh, you need a wedgie. What do you, not have older brothers or something? Oh my gosh. It's insufferable, man.
I go to the best, truest doctor in our city. They were so gentle. My friend agreed, saying yes, I felt no pain afterwards. Yeah, my colonoscopy came back clear. My friend was talking about his dentist.
Oh, God. That's funny. Gross. A doctor is a title, yeah, for a person that performs medical treatments. Is there a doctor without a person, Danny? Hey, I come to see the doctor. I'm super confused isn't an argument. You still didn't answer my very basic question, dude. Doo-doo head. I'm not confused. Doctors do things. Doctors are persons. There's one doctor named Eddie and one doctor named Tony. They're both doctors. And they're different people. One more time, Danny.
All the heresies of the world are born from people not knowing the difference between person and nature.
It's amazing. Maybe it's like, I don't know. It's probably nominalism coming through again. Danny, if I'm the confused one, why is it that you can't answer a question that everyone in the chat, look, I'll do a poll. See how quickly. Oh, I can't do a poll on this because it's like set up weird. Everyone, look, I'll ask the chat right now. Hey, chat. If two people claim to go to the same doctor, how do you determine whether or not it's true that they go to the same doctor? Everybody. How do you figure out, what do you need to know to figure out if they do in fact go to the same doctor when they claim to go to the same doctor? How do you determine they go to the same doctor? Even if the definite description of the person that heals, we're not asking what people do. We're talking about who the person is. Do you do this on purpose? Oh my gosh, man.
A murder has been committed.
Yeah, look at the chat. Why is it the chat knows the answer and you don't?
You say you go the killer. I say I got the killer. We arrest both
Look at the
because
chat.
they are the same.
I didn't tell the chat to say that. Look, their name, who the person is. Go ask the doctor himself. You got to know who the doctor is. You need to know who the doctor is. It's amazing. They can't answer this. I mean, this is true sophistry. You're too stupid. Calling me stupid still doesn't answer the question. Tell me, Danny, why is it everyone else can answer the question without calling me stupid, but you have to call me stupid? Stay rational. I'm not irrational. You just got completely wrecked because you can't answer a simple question. Why is it you can't answer a simple question, Danny? I thought I was the stupid one. I thought not stupid people can answer really clear questions. Look, I go to the great tennis coach. I think I go to the greatest tennis coach in Pittsburgh. Danny goes, well, I actually think I also go to the best tennis coach in Pittsburgh too. And I go, that's interesting. How do we determine we're talking about the same coach? And you're like, you're being irrational by asking that. It's like, dude, it's pathetic. You know, you didn't answer the question. You went into describing what doctors do. It's a methodology question. It's a question of methodology. What method? Do you need it in fancy language, Danny? What method do you use? What method do you use? Again, my answer, if you and I are referring to the best doctor, we can still be referring to the same thing. I didn't ask if we could be. I asked, how do you know if we are? I didn't ask if it's possible that we could be referring to the same God, or the same doctor in this case. I didn't ask you that, pig snake. Did I ask him that, guys? How is it my chat not only gave me the answer to my question, but also can give me my question back? And you seem to be like, la, 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 not answering the question, because that's not the question I asked. Danny, look back at it. I didn't ask you if it could be the case that we still can be referring to the same person. The question is, how do you know if we're referring to the same person, not thing, person? It's insufferable, man. It's like you guys purposely don't engage. It's like you're deliberately not engaging. Hayden says, 1 John says, whoever denies Jesus is God is Antichrist. Muslims deny Jesus is God. Therefore, Muslims are Antichrist. Yes, Vatican II affirms Muslims worship God. Thus, it contradicts Scripture. Yeah, it's false. And they didn't always hold it, the view. I formally challenge you to... I don't need a formal challenge, dude. You guys, you didn't earn a formal challenge in any debate. You just demonstrated you can't answer a simple question. Why would anyone debate you if you can't answer a basic methodological question? Here, give me my question back to me, Danny. I bet you can't even do it. Oh, I'll debate you then. No. You give me back what I asked you. Let's see if you can do that. Loaded question. God is not limited to your orthodox conception. God is transcendent.
If you truly
That's a
believe
metaphysical claim.
Orthodoxy/Diorism is the true church, you'd do all in your power to facilitate the debate between Jay and brother Peter Diamond. Jay is avoiding it like a nasty Gibbons.
Loaded question. God is not limited to your Orthodox view conception. Well, no, that's not what's being argued. The argument isn't whether or not God's essence can be reducible and knowable and exhausted. That's not what's in question, Proddy. You're not even here. I got rage baited. Yeah, I got rage baited, but he's really like this. It's not just a tactic. He really does think like this. He can't even give me my question back to me. This ecumenist insanity is all downstream from collapsing person into nature. The whole thing. Orthodoxy sorts it out. Absolutely. Absolutely. Chaw says the obfuscation on this question is so bad faith. Even if there is some follow-up where they don't agree on what doctor is best, you would need to determine if you are referring to the same person. Yes, person. It's unbelievable. Smart to avoid the debate. I would get crushed. Yeah, that's all just talk. You can't even give me back what the question was, dude. I just asked you a question. In good faith, you could at least tell me what the question was. Now, please, see if you can do it. Can you tell me the question I asked you? Clearly, you didn't get it.
I can see that the quotations are from the Middle Ages. I'm questioning what period those quotations are referring to in Islamic history.
Are you familiar with Islamic history?
Not very much. That's why I'm asking the question.
Okay. Now, I know Trent is. So let's.
I am very.
Right.
By the way, does it seem a bit...
I just gave you the question. You missed my comment? Okay, let's see if you got the question right. What a coward. That's not what you asked. You asked, how do you know that you're referring to the same thing? I didn't say thing. So you didn't get the question, you liar. I didn't ask you anything about a thing. You pig snake. This shows that he's a liar. Look, he's literally lying. I didn't ask you, how do you determine you're referring to the same thing? You liar. I said person. Doctors are persons, right, Danny? You little creep. That's not what I asked. No, person. How do you, if someone says, I go to the best doctor, and the other person says, I go to the best doctor, how do you know, how do you figure out whether they're talking about the same person, the same doctor? I'm not the liar. Everyone saw it, dude. You're a liar, dude. You shouldn't be able to vote. Antichrist cannot worship God. Debate over. Denying Jesus as God makes you definitionally Antichrist. Yes. It's unbelievable how bad faith this guy is. I worship Elvis. Danny worships an Elvis impersonator on the Vegas Strip. Do we worship the same Elvis? That's funny. Unbelievable, man. And look, I'm actually telling him what my question actually is. He's so bad faith, he won't even, in good faith, try to understand what the question is. He doesn't care. They have the same capabilities, so they're the same person? Holy shit, you're dumb. Dude, are you serious? If two doctors have the same capability, they're the same person? You're done. You're cooked. It's over. Everything's over. Your life is over. Well, I mean, if they have the same capabilities, it's the same person. Really? So everyone who graduates to become a doctor is the same person. Every woman who's capable of giving birth is the same mother to everybody. Amazing. Amazing. You make me sad.
Take a deep breath out.
That's whatever.
I mean, just holy crap. He teaches children. Yeah, he's teaching. He has a teaching job. Children interact with this guy. I'm not asking about the title, dude. I'm talking about who for the last time. Do you have gay stuff in your ears? I'm not asking about the title. Two people can have the title best doctor. Two people can have the title doctor. Keep up. The question is about whether or not they're talking about the same who for the last time, dude. If you can't answer the question in regards to who, I'm talking about who, you still won't answer the question.
Bizarre to say that, though.
Proper names won't do it because different persons can have the same name. Yeah, further pushing to a deeper criterion, right, Danny? Now you're getting it. Look at it. He's slowly understanding that we have to get to who, proper names. So he's ever sneaking forward toward the correct answer, which is proper names refers to a who, right? Proper names? People have proper names independent of being doctors, right? Oh, there's a who-ness there behind the doctor. Wow. Congratulations, Danny. You're getting closer to not being a lying scumbag. Now, if two people share the same name, you have to go further. I share the same name as my dad. If someone says, hey, I heard, you were an excellent executive at a firm or whatever. Right? My dad's not that, but I'm not going to dox him. Okay, cool. Oh, you must be talking about his son. They have to share the same name. No, dude. My mom is also your mom, so your mama jokes cell phones. Oh my gosh. I'm not getting it. No. Cope harder, bro. You just conceded to my position, which is who. Person, proper name. That's a who, right? You're such a pig snake, dude. Unbelievable, man. It's sickening. I'm sickened by you. I'm actually physically disgusted by you. Physically. It's like visceral. I mean, how could someone be so, like, confidently dishonest? Like, so consistently dishonest? It's sickening. It's sickening. I'm going to throw up. I missed the super chat. Hold on. Here, let me try to get through this.
I mean, if obviously we have a quote here that's saying that they worship demons, to simply go, well, they might have actually changed, and that's not a great argument, wouldn't you think?
Well,
I mean,
Jortlandian Aristocrat, thank you so much for your very generous donation, Snagglebeast. Danny doesn't recognize persons as a real category. Everything in his worldview is a thing, right? Yeah. That's kind of what's going on, isn't it? That's the reduction that we've always seen. It's a waste of time. Yeah. It's frustrating too, because you're like, obviously, if two people are teachers, Danny, they want to give an award to the best teacher. And and your name, there's a teacher with your exact name. And we have to figure out who gets the award, right? I'm not getting it. All right, yeah. It's just unbelievable, man. It's just so, I'm trying to be sneaky. That's not an argument, dude. That's not an argument. Since Shimbob is a coward and won't talk, I'll go on VC and his server. Well, no, if you can't answer basic questions... My hero is a coward? What? What are you talking about, dude? Everything is a thing is false? Well, no, I mean, actually, if I pressed you on that, you probably would have to hold to a nominal view that anything that exists would be necessarily a thing. There wouldn't be personhood. You can't justify personhood, Danny. You're a meat sack from your view. There's nothing transcendent, immaterial, that has any ontology from your perspective. It's pure matter. But that's a different topic. The question is, the question was, if there's two people claiming, and you still didn't answer it, it's amazing. It's amazing. If two people, why is it my entire chat could answer this question really cleanly, and you, the philosophical king, couldn't answer a basic question?
You'd have to have more substance.
It's factually wrong, but it's not early Islam, first of all, so that's factually wrong. Secondly, it's the Pope himself saying that they worship the demonic, which is equivalent to the argument.
Here, let me ask it a different way, Danny. Are doctors persons? Are they people with names? Are doctors all the same person? No. Are doctors all the same person?
Argument. It's equivalent to the argument that Paul is making when he says that.
He's like, look, I'm bad faith. I'm in the VC. What? No, you didn't earn anything. You didn't earn the VC. You demonstrate your bad faith. You won't engage with a basic question. You showed that I didn't even ask the question you said I asked. And now you're like, I deserve, a VC. No, that's not how it works over here, buddy.
The things that the pagans and the infidels worship, they sacrifice to demons.
Are we talking about tag? Well, briefly, tag would actually be necessary for, from a worldview perspective, tag would be necessary to justify personhood. Yeah. But that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about the justification of personhood. We're granting that persons exist metaphysically from this doctor analogy to get to the core problem, the epistemic problem, which is how do you figure out, and it's totally possible to figure out, and it's so easy, even my children could figure this out quite quickly. If I asked my kid, hey, there's another teacher at your school who has the same exact name as your teacher. Did you know that? And they're like, what? No way. And I go, how do you know if I said the same name, this teacher said this? Whatever, Mrs. Smith or whatever, loves baseball. How do you figure out whether I'm talking about your teacher or not, who has the same name as some other teacher? How do you figure that out? They go, well, you go figure out which one you're talking about because there's a who. There's a who involved. Why do these things always think that you should just drop everything? Yeah, because they're narcissists. And I rarely use that term. They think they've earned, right? Danny gets on some show and talks to Jordan Peterson, and makes him look stupid. Makes Jordan Peterson look silly or inconsistent, and now he's like, look, I'm the guy. It's like, no, you're not the guy. You're not the guy. You can't even answer basic questions.
And Paul says that that's what infidels do. The Pope consistently throughout the Middle Ages, many popes call them infidels.
Okay.
Yeah, because they don't believe in Jesus. They don't believe in Christianity. They are infidels.
Yeah, and what does 1 John 2:22 and 23 say if you don't believe Jesus?
Your father's the devil.
What?
Oh, man, if you don't believe Jesus, your father's the devil.
Does it specifically say in the text? You don't know? Let's go to that. Do you want me to go to that?
Oh, this is rough.
In Greek or what?
Hold on. First,
look at them spurging already. It's so clear.
In the
hold
Greek,
on a second. Hold on. Don't do it, Jay. Jay, please don't do it.
We're in that.
Did you see that the nervousness energy spike?
Consistently throughout the Middle Ages, many popes call them.
It's so crazy.
Infidels.
I bet blind people have an insight that those of us with all of our faculties, they have some advantage in a sense. And what I mean is if you closed your eyes and listened to this, you could actually hear, if you weren't watching, you can hear the energy shift when they're a little bit frightened of what's about to happen.
Okay.
Yeah, because they don't believe in Jesus. They don't believe in Christianity. They are infidels.
Yeah, and what does 1 John 2:22 and 23 say if you don't believe Jesus?
Your father's the devil.
What does it specifically say in the text? You don't know? Let's go to that. Do you want me to go to that?
In Greek or what?
Hold on. First of all, I would like you to
in the
show
Greek,
us where in that.
They're so scared.
You can put up.
I'd like to see where in the original quotation that you just had up it says anything about which period of Islamic history the Pope in question is referring to.
He's referring to calling a crusade about present-day circumstances.
Imagine calling a crusade based on an authoritative dogma about Muslims and them worshiping demons. And now you get to a point where the same church, right, from this authoritative position is basically saying, hey, we're just, we're worshiping the same God. We just do it differently.
Urban.
The thing is, what changes? What's the thing? How do you know that it's changed? How do you know something shifted at all?
In the second, you didn't know this?
But that doesn't mean that he's not faulting it for its origins. That just doesn't follow. It just doesn't follow.
They are demon worshipers. So you're trying to change it to make it what it's not saying. Look, what does 1 John 2 say there?
No.
What does 1 John 2 say? What is 1 John 2?
The claim, I literally can't see it. The claim here is that Muslims do.
Not when it comes to passing judgment on other religions. It's not about a judgment. The judgment is referring to soteriology, right? The question is about theology. It's not the judgment made on someone about the theology. Like saying they worship demons, is that considered a judgment about worshiping demons? No. If someone worships demons, there might be a judgment about people who worship demons. The question isn't whether or not there's a judgment about worshiping demons, Luca. The question is whether or not the position is that they worship demons. Okay? That's not a passment of judgment. That's not a judgment pass. That's a statement, a theological statement. You're skipping to and conflating a judgment about the theological position or practice. The first statement would be someone's sacrificing children or something. That's a first statement. They believe in, human sacrifice. That's a statement about, a practice. The judgment about the practice is a different statement. I don't know why this, you're confusing this. Would you say that Jews today? No. Jews today? No. If you're talking about the Jews in the Old Testament, that's something I think we'll examine when Chase is on. I'm just trying to get through this. I'm not the best person to answer that in a nuanced way, honestly. They need to stop arguing and listen when a black woman like Jay is speaking. Yeah.
Do worship demons.
It's prudential judgment. By the Pope, and it can be wrong. The Pope can be wrong. Is that what you're saying? Okay. The Pope can be wrong. So is the Pope wrong today? If the Pope can be wrong, Luca, how do you determine from your church tradition, which is the thing you have to appeal to, if the tradition is the Pope can be wrong, how do you know if the Pope's wrong about the current stance on Muslims? Luca, if you just claim the Pope can be wrong and they're making prudential judgments, right now, how would you as a Catholic determine whether or not the Pope is currently wrong about, the statement, the mosque is a proper place of God? That's what he said. Quote, the mosque is a proper place of God. How would you determine if he's right or wrong, if the Pope can be wrong? Right now. Here now. Yeah, the Pope can be wrong. Yeah, right now. How do you know? How would you know, based on your ecclesiology right now, if the Pope can be wrong? How do you know any of the popes were right or wrong? And further, right now, more relevant, right now, how do you know the Pope currently is right or wrong when he says the mosque is a proper place for God? Quote, the mosque is a proper place for God.
Well, there's nothing about, if we just stick to the law.
Both claim he is the God of, he is a person. No, you're still not getting it. We're talking about he. Who? He is a who, not a what. He is a who. He, who. Don't you guys know your pronouns?
Logic of it. I mean, I think the history is interesting.
It's not logical, because if they worship demons.
Yeah, Luca, did you know Lumen Gentium is dogmatic? I don't understand where you're coming. Just come to orthodoxy, man. It's so much. You don't have to do this. Orthodoxy is going to be much harder in different ways, but it's not going to be as hard to defend the theology, right? You guys have to work so hard to defend your theology. Orthodox have to work so hard living their theology. It's like the difference. They're like, Catholics are like, I got to really think this through and figure this out. It's like how much work you have to do. You have to bend over backwards, dude. We're just... Look, maybe there's a reason you're in our chat, Luca. I'm allowed to disagree with the Pope on that? Well, I mean, that doesn't say anything about... Are you the Pope then? Look, whether or not you're allowed to do something, you're allowed to do a lot of things. You actually have the free will to do everything that you're capable of doing, physically, mentally. You can do it. That's not a question. That's not the question, Luca. If you disagree with the Pope, the question isn't whether or not you disagree. The question is how, like I asked Danny, a lot of times people don't like to deal with the how. How do you determine the Pope is wrong? If you said the Pope can be wrong, that means the Pope can be right. If the Pope can be wrong and the Pope can be right, Luca, from your perspective, I didn't ask if you disagree. What I'm asking is, how do you determine he's right or wrong today when he says the mosque is the proper place for God, is a proper place for God? Would you say that Christians... Oh, okay, you asked that already. We'll get into that. That's actually in this debate as well, if I can find it. It probably covers it better than I could.
And then the referent isn't the Father.
No, you're missing the point.
Thank you, making
the
pickles.
Point is that
you actually make pickles?
The point is that any person, Muslim or otherwise, could, just like the Jews did at times, worship both the true God and demons. So there is just a logical nonsense.
Allowed, not required to agree in order to be in Catholic good standing? Well, I mean, that's what's in question. Now you have to ask, now you have to determine what's the criterion for being in good standing, and guess who you're going to appeal to? The guy who could be wrong, right? Even if I granted that, I'll just take you down the line, Luke. How do you determine you're in good standing? By what authority? And by the way, that would now have to appeal to apply to the Pope. That means the Pope can be totally wrong, be dogmatically wrong, push wrong dogma, incorrect dogma, and the Pope himself could be in bad standing, right?
Sequitur from they worship demons to
what did
they
I
don't
argue?
worship the
I
same
argued
God.
that
That's the simple point. Nope, that's it. Nope, that's it. That's the simple point.
Nope.
It's a non sequitur.
That wasn't what I argued. My argument is that Vatican II causes the ambiguity by saying that Muslims worship, adore.
Thank you, Snagglebees.
The one true God and know Him. That ambiguity leaves it open as if that worship is accepted and that it is a genuine pipeline to God, and it is not, because as 1 John 2 says, if you deny the Son, you do not have the Father. And so Islam is...
The doctor analogy fails because it assumes that identity is defined by our knowledge. What? That doesn't make any sense. That's not even... What? No, what? It doesn't fail. Because it assumes identity is defined by our knowledge? What? That's totally incoherent. Totally incoherent. Sean, what did Sean wrote? Where are you, Sean? Sorry, I'm missing a bunch of super chats here. Snagglebeast, Sola, Pope Torah. Sean, there you are. Would it be wrong for the Pope to serve a mass in a mosque? That's a good question. Would it be wrong? How would you know it was wrong to serve a mass in a mosque? Serve a mass? Yeah. If it's a place of God, I mean, it's got to be possible, right? Brooklyn, $10. Matthew 4:9-10. Satan's goal is to divert worship to himself in place of God. So any religion that stems from satanic deception leads to satanic worship, even if its followers hold God as their mental reference. That's right. Doesn't matter.
Predicated on...
Do not have the Father. Have and refer to are totally different relations. This is just not.
You're just
You
making
need
up
to
stuff.
cut the.
Identity is an assertion. We're not getting into meta. We're granting that identities exist, because to even ask the question, do Muslims worship the same God as Christians, you're already both sides are granting identity, right? We're not getting into, oh, hold on, identity is just an illusion, bro. I'm Cam Bam. Hey guys, identity is an illusion. I'm not really here.
It means you don't have the Father. You lose the Father. All heretics lose the Father. You're saying no. This is basic Christianity.
Have and refer to.
How did Basil write?
Right.
And refer to.
Right.
How did Basil write?
That's right, Mr. Simpage. Sorry, I'm missing chats because I'm fighting with the chat. Mr. Simpage, there you go. How can the same God reveal contradictory revelation? Also missed my other super chat. Thank you. Yeah. Well, I guess they could, though, right, Mr. Simpage? Oh, that's just, you know what it is? They got the same revelation. They rejected it, but in their rejection of the revelation of Jesus Christ as God and his resurrection and defeating death, in their flaw in not getting that while it was revealed to them and to the world, they also accidentally affirm it without knowing it. They don't know. Look, guys, Muslims don't realize that they're getting baptized. They don't realize they're being baptized. Crazy.
Did Basil think that
what do you mean by
what's
what
Father and I's trying?
Then why do Muslims reject the Trinity while agreeing to the identity of God? They're not. Identity would require person. They're agreeing with the. They're not even agreeing with the nature of God. With that's another part. Even if you just took the descriptive of what God is, an is statement about what God is as a nature, they don't even agree with that. So forget the defeater for a second of the person, knowing the person, as Jay's showing in his slideshow here. Knowing the person is required to know if you are worshiping this God, this person. But even the nature of God, they don't agree on the identity of the nature of God, Cam Bam. What are you talking about? They don't agree on the nature of God as the identity of what God is. Even the is statement of God, they don't agree with.
Trying to say? What's that?
Muslims believe that God is an eternal creator. That is to say, he can't not create. Muslims believe that there's nothing written, there's nothing that could be truly known about Allah through the Quran. They don't look. Even without Christianity, Muslims themselves, one could argue that they can't even know who they're worshiping, even without Christianity.
So in light of what you...
How is personhood of God not modalism? That's a red herring. That's not what's in question, bucko. Stay focused. Don't cry.
Saying too, I'm sorry to be a nerd and bring it back to causal theory as a reference, but I'm sure you'll appreciate this. So let's suppose I grant you that maybe there are multiple demons that they're worshiping. But doesn't that, let's suppose one of the things that you said is that context.
Yeah, the word Allah means God, but that's not what's in question. We're not talking about what words mean.
Causation. So a causal theory of reference as far as fixing the referent. If they're worshiping demons and the revelation to Muhammad comes from a demon, which by the very admitting that they're worshiping demons at the very least is possible, wouldn't that actually fix the referent to not actually be the one true God? Isn't that possible? According.
Trim the clip? No, I like the clip. Take a deep breath out. I love it. Look at that.
Whatever.
It's the best. What are you talking about? It's my favorite new clip.
Causal theory of reference.
The reference of what?
I don't think so.
Okay, well,
so if the devil came and revealed to Muhammad the revelation that he received, and he thinks or calls it whatever.
It's very rare that the Pope speaks ex cathedra. Yeah, and guess what? Does he announce beforehand or after? You know, and is that in question? Let's say he doesn't. Is there a button he pushes and like a light comes over him? Or do you get to decide that after he talks? I actually don't know the answer. Is there like I'm me now? Guys, I'm me now, okay? Okay, no, I'm authoritative. Oh, hold on a second. It's like, okay, yeah. But I don't think I got an answer to your question, though, Luca. I asked you, now, to be fair, the chat goes really fast, okay? But I would like an answer to the question. If you did answer it already, I apologize for missing it, but I'll look out for it now. I really want to know the answer to the question. How do you know? How would you know today? What would you appeal to figure out if the current Pope, considering you hold a position, he could be wrong? How do you determine he's wrong about his statement about the mosque being proper to God? How would you know that? Thank you, Luca. I just want to know that, because that's an important question, because a lot of Catholics today, whether they're vocal or not, are looking at the current affairs and they're going, I don't know, man. This is heartbreaking and hard, and I don't know what to do about it. I don't know where to go from here. By the books, people. According to RC, Jesus had 2 right hands and only a shin. That's right. All his foot. All his foot is God's foot?
Because again, this is not a rigid designator. This word can mean multiple things in multiple possible worlds. You're saying that causal is not enough to fix the referent to something else?
Well, no,
why would it?
The point is that even when Satan refers to God,
2 Orthodox Christians might have a slightly different mental image of God's mercy and his justice. No, well, we don't worship those things. What are you talking about? That doesn't work. The doctor analogy, you're still not out of the doctor analogy. You're making all sorts of different claims now. The question is about who. The question isn't whether or not you could have wrong opinions about a who once you have the who. We're talking about whether or not there are 2 different whos. Hello? Jesus taught that there's one God. Jesus taught that he was God. What are you talking about? Jesus said he was there. Jesus said, I am the truth. Cam Bam. I am the way. All that was created was through Christ. You can't have all that was created through Christ unless Christ already existed eternally. You're a nonsense machine. You can't defend anything. Unitarian is the worst, honestly. It's more embarrassing than Islam because you're actually trying to fit your broken position into a non-existent ecclesiology to begin with. Broken metaphysics and impossible practice. How do you practice Unitarianism, guy? No, Jesus taught that he was God. Is truth eternal? Or is truth a creature? That's the end of Unitarianism. Cam Bam, is truth eternal? Eternally uncreated? Or is it a creature?
Satan talks about God, he's referring to actual God. And so even if a demon is behind the writing of the Quran, it doesn't change the fact that the word Allah refers to God. There's just no connection there. There's no connection there.
Does Vatican II say worship and adore?
What's the question?
Oh,
Does Vatican II use the terms worship and adore?
Dude. Thank you, Hasbar.
Probably lots of times.
Why are you eating on it? That's completely...
Yeah, gross. Does Jay have misophonia like I do? Spider-Man is a teenager named Peter Parker. Yeah, you already know who Peter Parker is, though. Dummy. You literally prove my point every time you talk, man. How do you know who Peter Parker is, bro? No, Spider-Man is a teenager named Miles Morales. You have two people, though, at least. You can still look into the people, the persons. You have access to the two persons. That's what's in question, Jesus' son. What is wrong with your brain, dude? I'm trying to be mean, but it's like, it's such retardation every time. You literally use the thing that I'm saying is missing in the Muslim Catholic debate here. You know, you have a name, Peter Parker, Miles Morales. Yeah, congratulations. Those are whos. It's just what is this? Is this what a demonic attack looks like? Trinitarianism post hoc BS added to the 3rd century. No. Old Testament has Trinitarianism all through it. What are you talking about? It's not post hoc. How do you get revelation without the theophany, Cam Bam? How do you get revelation without a theophany? Tell me how that works. How do you see God and not die? Tell me. You won't. And a Trinitarian calling something post hoc is hilarious. Where's your ecclesiology, dude? Where's your bishop? Cam Bam, I asked Metaphysics Mike this. Please tell me where your bishop is. Where's the bishop of Unitarian, the true Unitarian Christian Church, please? Where can I go this weekend, by the way, to go check it out?
Disrespectful to eat.
Wait, I don't get this. I need you to explain this to me. The
Clark Kent. Yeah, this has been destroyed in so many angles. Clark Kent and Superman are ontologically the same thing, so the analogy you have to assume... Well, you already know who Clark Kent is. That's the thing. Like the name. Like, that's the question. That's what's in question. What's the name?
Paragraph 104. Wherefore, let the faithful also be on their guard against the overrated independence of private judgment and that false autonomy of human reason. Quite to the contrary, a characteristic of all true followers of Christ, lettered or unlettered, is to suffer themselves to be guided and led in all things that touch upon faith or morals by the Holy Church of God through its supreme pastor the Roman Pontiff, who is himself guided by Jesus Christ our Lord.
Interesting claim, Vagine. To answer your question again, I don't have a theological certainty if the Pope is right or wrong when he doesn't speak ex cathedra. Well, one question is, how do you know when he's speaking ex cathedra or not? Two is, you use your reason to make that judgment with respect. So you're the Pope. So the conclusion you come to, you're the authority, just so you know. I just want clarity, Luca, that you end up being, you and your reasoning are the authority, just to be clear. I'll grant you the Father and Son, but the Holy Spirit is your ontology. Now you're moving the goalposts. Look, even from a Unitarian position, Cam Bam, is God the Father eternally God the Father?
So if the devil appears to you and says, well, I'm actually God, and you're saying, given that causal theory of reference, we're still,
no.
doesn't matter,
you're still doing... I'm saying... No. I'm saying if the devil appears to you and says, like, God is lying to you, you shall not surely die if you eat of this fruit of this tree, that even though he's Satan and he's misleading you and leading you into damnation, when he says God, the word, it still refers to the one true God.
Yeah,
I actually think the example works totally against your view.
Worship and adore, dude. Stop distracting and playing games. Worship and adore the debate.
So if I can...
What are you laughing at?
If I can
worship and adore, is that equivalent to no?
That's not even a sentence. What's your sentence? Make a claim.
Yeah, the thing is, can you properly worship just an abstraction? Like if there's no person that you're participating with, right? Sacrifice for love. Love is relational. You can't love just the concept. You love God? Do you love God? Yeah, the title? Yeah, I love God, the title. It's amazing. Allah, do you know Muslims also love God, the title? Same thing with Tucky Carlson. Total L for Tucky Carlson, man. He's like, I actually figured out that most people don't understand that Muslims love Christ. It's like, well, no, they fundamentally deny who Christ is. So they love just a character Christ from their own view, or some character, some abstract character. Yeah, they love him. I mean, it seems like that's a good enough reason to share a mosque with them. I always wanted to prostrate like them. The only other alternative is orthodoxy. My question is, where did prostration come from?
What is the claim? Those are phrases.
Stop smacking your...
I love, bro.
Your food in a debate.
Affirmative. Jay and I both have misophonia. You refuted your limited view of God. No, you don't have any standard for who and what God is, right? We've seen your arguments, dude.
I'm waiting for a debate. The debate requires an argument. What's your argument? I put up a syllogism.
Wow, look how far these people go away from easy analogies. Person A has a map that says, this is Mount Everest. It is 29,000 feet tall and made of limestone. Person B has a map that says, this is the mother of the world. It's a frozen spirit. Yeah, they both have access to the referent, which is a mountain in front of them. They literally are looking at the same thing they can point to. Okay?
Where's your argument? You're just saying words.
You still haven't gotten out of the doctor analogy, dude. None of you can escape the doctor analogy. You have to cope about it. You can't even answer the question, just like Danny. Would you like to try? Would you like to try? If you use the doctor analogy, you would have to claim that because the data points, height, composition, name, don't match, these two people aren't standing in front of two different mountains. No. Dude, you're so lost. This is crazy. Are you on drugs? I hate to gaslight you, but it sounds like you're actually on drugs. Did you take pre-workout, Shake? You're conflating all sorts of things. Mountains and people. Look, doctor is a title. Okay? Doctor's a title. If you didn't look at a mountain and you said, oh, I'm talking about the tallest mountain, you'd have to do some investigating to determine whether or not you're talking about the same mountain. And in that case, the mountain that you're referencing, you'd have to go to location. Where is it? Where's the location of it? That's a reference point that you can access. Doctor. To know whether or not your two people are referring to the same doctor, doctor is the title. In order to know if you're referring to the same doctor, you have to know the who. You have to figure out the who of the doctor. Who. Not how tall they are, dude. Unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. I mean, this is what the Orthodox, what pre-lest looks like.
Words.
Look at this. This guy's having a meltdown.
What is the...
Well, he can be wrong, but Luca, you already kind of ended your view, right? You're basically a Protestant now. Welcome to Protestantism? I don't want to say that. Like, look, if your view is you're the ultimate authority and you're the new pope, you're just a Protestant. So if you're just going to be, if your only option is to hold true to a flawed position, Luca, in Catholicism, or appeal to yourself as the ultimate authority using your reasoning only, just come to Orthodoxy, dude. You already have a great name for it. Come and see, Luke. At least, if you're at least in my chat, come and see. Because, look, I'll say it again. If your only option, if you're caught in a dilemma between holding to a system where you just admitted the Pope can be wrong, and you're left at your own, to lean on your own understanding, your own reasoning purely, which is, by the way, not fully leaving Catholicism. That's still holding to this natural theology where you're going to reason through everything. Dude, don't be a new Protestant. Just come to Orthodoxy. Luca, come to Orthodoxy. Everyone pray. I'm not saying this condescendingly, I promise. Everyone pray for Luca to come to Orthodoxy.
Here is the text of Vatican II. So you're arguing about knowing God.
Let's get Christopher.
Stop interrupting.
Let's get Christopher. Let's get Christopher in here. He hasn't had a chance to speak in a while.
So I think this is going to.
We are. I make this judgment the same way you make judgment. No. I could make a judgment or not. The question isn't whether or not we all make judgments. The question is, how do you determine the truthfulness? The difference between certitude and normative authority. If you're the normative authority, I wouldn't, just because I make a judgment on something, right? There was a priest who who did a homily, and he was awfully charitable to Origen. And the way he was talking, he was awfully charitable. I had a judgment. Guess what? I actually went to my priest about it. And I said, what's going on here? Right? Am I hearing this correctly? Okay, but I'm not leaning on myself as the normative authority, even if I have a judgment. Do you understand the difference? It's a difference. The question isn't whether or not you can have judgments. The question is the authority. Are you the authority now, Luca? If you think you're the authority, you're just a Protestant. Come to Orthodoxy.
It'd be very helpful, right? So this is a question for Jay. I think he's right to point to, okay, right, so the resolution is, do Christians and Muslims worship the same God?
Yeah, the very thing that this idiot on the top is ignoring.
If you intend to speak to the creator of the universe, and there's only one creator of the universe, no, the fact is you can talk to a demon, though. Jesus, son. Your username sucks, by the way. No, you can. The question is, how do you know you're talking to the creator, dude? It's the same question begging garbage this entire time with you people. Oh, if you try to intend to talk to the creator of the universe and there's only one creator, clearly you'll be talking to him because you meant to. No. You've just denied that you could be misled by demons. Hello? Unbelievable. No, but I didn't intend to. I mean, I really wanted to hear from him. Okay. Okay, buddy. We are orphans here. We're not orphans. Christ gave us a church. You blasphemer. Christ gave us his church, his body. He gave it to us. It's maintained. His commission didn't fail. We're not orphans. You might be an orphan. There's a home. We're not orphans. There's a home. He gave you the home. Christopher Scott says I missed a chat. Sorry about this, guys. This is wild. This is wild today. Juan says, first, the Orthodox Church can't solve anything. That's why Moscow is killing their own. No, that doesn't follow. Killing their own in schism with the second most important seat in Christendom. No, that doesn't follow. Things happening, therefore Orthodox can't solve anything. That's a materialistic view. The Orthodox Church isn't the function of the Orthodox Church isn't to primarily solve worldly problems, dude. You just exposed your materialism. Thanks for the chat, though. You're very Jewy. The Orthodox Church doesn't have a Ticum Oilum, so it can't be true. Look, it's like, stop, dude. Stop. If the Orthodox Church is the answer, why is there so little white people reproducing? If the Orthodox Church is the answer, why isn't it solving my monetary issue? My rent has been late. What are you, rubbing your hands?
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
What's going on today, guys? Is it this topic? What is it? What's going on? The name's Craig says Jesus Christ's son is Johann. His name's Johann, okay? A Miaphysite. Oh! Called into Alex Soren's. Oh, I see. A Miaphysite. Okay, that makes sense. Actually, it doesn't even fully make sense. You'd think he'd be arguing a bit better, even from that position. Weird. Even if Pope isn't speaking ex cathedra, Catholics need to submit with docility. Check Lumen Gentium, paragraph 25, Christopher Scott. Yeah, it seems, I don't think Luca, because that's really to Luca, Christopher Scott, and it doesn't, now at Luca's position, unfortunately, well, it's actually fortunate because now he has a path to orthodoxy, but from his position, his epistemology is now himself, right? His normative authority is him. So he could look at Lumen Gentium and just reject it anyway. He's already kind of gotten to that place. So, there's not much left there. There's no more room to go. But there is a path, Luca. A nice, bright, shiny, beautiful path. Right through the doors of your local parish.
Ignoring and acting like it's not an argument. The question is worship and adore. That's the terminology of Vatican II.
That's right.
Okay. So
yeah, that would make Christ a liar. It's total blasphemy.
What
1 John 2 says you lose.
Now, Miaphysite, he's the one who said that, right? He wouldn't even really believe. I think he would disagree with other Miaphysites if to say they're orphans. They would say that they're correct, that the true church maintained. And it was declared heretical, but those councils were wrong, and they maintained. And you're like, okay, where's your church? And of course, you'd have to point to the peripheral schismatic churches. Bruh, why do your videos force me to keep on the YouTube app? If I try to do anything else on my phone, it shuts off. I don't know. It's a YouTube thing. Not sure. It could be the videos. Well, a members-only video would do that. A members-only video. That's been a complaint against YouTube for years, and they didn't solve it. Christ is risen, truly is risen. I was chrismated into the church Holy Saturday. Glory to God, Dictator York. Beautiful. It's my favorite thing to hear, especially today. Oof. Some of the things I'm reading today, I mean, thank you for the good news.
The Son and the Father when you deny the Son.
Let me finish. You got to let me get the question out. Okay?
He asked me for an argument, Thomas. I'm happy to let you finish.
What is the gap between reference and worship or adoration?
That's what it is. Premium. Sorry. Yeah, that's what it is.
If I can succeed in referring to the one true God, what would then prevent me from worshiping or adoring that one true God?
Denying the fundamentals of who that deity is. So just like when we say that in a relation.
I'm not going to condemn an entire religion. You just did. You said we lost the church. You called us orphans. You literally did it. What, are you not self-aware? I'm not going to condemn an entire religion. By the way, we're all orphans. Get it together. Get it together.
Relationship. I know my wife. That's different than a conceptual knowledge about my wife, right? We all know this, that the Bible speaks this way. I could say that when I debate Jake, the Muslim metaphysician, right? Jake knows quite a bit about Orthodox Catholic Trinitarianism, either side. And so we could say Jake knows about the Trinity. And in that sense, he knows the Trinity. But he does not know the Trinity in the sense of worship and adoration. And that's the problem.
You meant that we don't know. You have your own theology, dude. We can't. It's not on us to track your mangled, conflated, broken theology that you can't trace back to the apostles. It's like you're just some guy. You're probably not even good for the Miaphysites.
Text of Vatican II that started all this debate. That's why I keep referring to Vatican II.
Got it together.
Right. So, what
get it together,
is it
John.
that is so fundamentally wrong about the Islamic conception of
Islam is
What the dude? Hey guys, what's exactly fundamentally wrong about the Islamic conception of God, other than the fact that they deny God's a Father or triune, they deny Christ's divinity and the Holy Spirit? What's actually, other than it being definitionally, fundamentally incompatible with Christianity, what exactly is wrong with it, aside from all the wrong things, Jay? Hey, Jay. I bet you can't answer that, Jay. Schism is a dispute over granting autocephaly to Ukraine. Authority and jurisdiction is not merely a material topic. Does it scope? I'm not sure your position. No matter if there's a schism or no schism, there's always a true church. There's always a true Orthodox church. So pointing to schisms, in fact, necessitate an authoritative church. You couldn't point to anything going on inside of Orthodoxy and say, look, that's happening, that's wrong, because saying it's wrong assumes there's a true church. So if the true church isn't Eastern Orthodoxy, Juan, why are you talking about schisms or things that you find that are, incompatible, right? Like you're in your very statement, you're affirming a truthfulness, a stability of the church, are you not? Otherwise, from what position are you arguing, if that's what you're saying?
Is predicated on the rejection of the deity of the Son, God as a father.
Being on earth is a punishment. Oh, so you're Gnostic now? You have to escape the earth?
What
are you, Truman? What are you, Jim Carrey?
Islam teaches that God is not father, right? Allah is not father. It also teaches that Allah is the creator of evil. We could bring in other things that I think actually disqualify it from Swinburne's core attributes. Allah updates his knowledge. He's not omniscient.
Okay, so can you bring up my Superman
positions
slide?
that exclude it from the common core argument, as Father Deacon mentioned at the beginning.
So, okay, one last follow-up on that. So then why would any of that, given what I pointed out about the ease of reference and intentional action, why would even those severe errors about the nature of God make us think that Muslims fail?
It's not even the nature of God, dude. It's both. Muslims have an inconsistent with even Catholicism nature of God and an inconsistency with the person. So both. So if the nature doesn't match and the person's especially doesn't match, what are you saying? Just the word God of Abraham? That's what's so sad about this position. It's clearly ecumenism. It's just like this cope, this sort of like way of reaching out an olive branch to sort of tame the Muslims. That's what it is. It's Muslim taming. Like there might be some other deep spiritual aspect of like a one world religion, right? A false religion that everyone adopts to or whatever. But I think some of it is some sort of like buck broking. Is that what they call it? Buck broking. Like seeing Islam as a bunch of wild animalistic horses that need to be trained and be like, no, you're with us now. It's okay. I mean, maybe. It's probably darker than that. I'm trying to be as charitable as possible.
To worship the God that they're attempting to worship, that they fail to adore the one true God.
I know this one.
Jesus answers in John 4 to that, and he says to the woman at the well, I'm answering. The Samaritans are Unitarians. It's the same fundamental ontological position as Islam, right? They're Unitarian. Jesus says, you worship what you don't know. So the true sense here of what matters in terms of worship and adoration.
So she does worship it.
But the point is that she doesn't know it.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. The resolution is
not intimately.
And that was the whole argument that I made. That's what I said. I said Jake knows the Trinity.
The resolution
Cameron, can you put up my Superman slide?
Christians and Muslims. The resolution of the debate. Hold on. The resolution of the debate was whether Christians and Muslims.
Yeah, it's a weird topic, Lasagna. I didn't know. Like, there's a couple of topics that really get people worked up. Unitarianism, Mormonism, evolution for sure. Not so much atheism much anymore, just in general. But this topic for certain. Because it's a heavy topic because it's people's lives. Well, it's their souls, but even in their life, like their life. If you're Catholic, you're raised Catholic. It's your life. It's like the moon landing. The people who love the moon landing, it's like that, where it's like it's so ingrained in your memories of what and who you are, and even your relations, that it's like a binding force that this is the case. And it's like when that gets, challenged, it's scary. 1 minute left on the last goal, y'all. 1 minute left. One left. Being on earth is a punishment, quote, so God did not create the world good. Congrats, along with Miaphysite, you're a Manichaean. Pre-lust overdrive. Pre-list overdrive. Pre-list overdrive.
Muslims worship the same God. If you concede that it's possible to worship the true God even without, in some sense, knowing him, then you've...
When in doubt, I'd rather pray for a Muslim than judge him. Nobody's judging the Muslim. We're talking about whether or not Muslims worship the same God, dude. You're such a coper, dude. And you have no authority anyway, right? You're all over the place. You're arguing Gnosticism. I mean, you don't even know your position, dude. Thank you. Thank you, Q-Tard. Pangolin? I want a pangolin. Kids want a puppy at some point. I'm tempted to just bring a pangolin home. They would scream. They would scream. They would lose it. Oh, here we go. Okay. Clark Kent. Here we go. Okay.
But I'm not conceding that because the point of the passage is that the knowledge is not getting you anywhere. Islam is predicated on rejecting the Son.
Maxing.
And as one John
pious maxing.
Getting anywhere in terms of salvation? Because I agree
so pious,
with that. Who cares
True
if they're
Mendoza.
getting anywhere in terms of salvation?
Worship and adoration in Vatican II suggests that there's a pipeline that does attain to the object that it's acceptable, and that's why the popes go and pray in the mosques.
Oof,
that's
that
so.
hurts.
That's not why any pope
that hurts so bad. Oh,
was ever paid in a mosque. That's not
not why any group.
Silly.
No,
Okay.
it's not silly.
So
This is what. Can I share my screen right here to show you what I'm talking about?
Nope, not yet. Nope, not yet. It's
nope, not yet.
my turn. So I did the courtesy of giving everybody syllogisms that summarize my argument in simple logical form. It's a courtesy, and it makes it an easy target. It allows you to say, I disagree with premise one, or I disagree.
Josiah, thank you so much. Finally able to pop in and watch. Thank you, Josiah. I've been busy all morning. Finally got to come to Jortlandia. God bless you, Jim. God bless you, Josiah. Thank you so much. Very generous tip there. W's in the chat.
Premise two. We did not get that from you. We got a hodgepodge of quotes and no logic connecting them together. Your argument appears to be, and if you've got a slide, so otherwise correct me. The argument appears to be if two people attribute different essential properties to a subject term, they cannot refer to the same entity.
No,
the Superman argument blows that apart.
The Superman argument is so dumb. As I showed it when I brought it on my own screen, it's so dumb because it actually already has the referent person. You already have knowledge of the referent person. That's like, ironically, they use the Superman argument, and it's like that's actually the argument that shows the distinction between the title and the person, and the knowledge of the person and the title of the person. Unbelievable. It's like they can't grasp it. They can't. There's something. It's not an intellectual problem. It's not an intellectual problem. Tired of dealing with demons online and in the world? Tired of trying to use rationalism, logic, and argumentation and philosophy to get through to them? Ever feel like it's just a giant wall or perhaps a clouded windshield, unable to see through into the car to help them change their mind? Tired of doing all the work to try to get people aligned with the truth so that they can be whole with Christ's church and be one and oriented with God in the end? Well, have you considered that it's not an intellectual problem? Well, this is the first time I'm selling you on something that costs no money. So no 2 payments of $29.99 and 99 cents is needed at this time. Make your way into the Eastern Orthodox Church, a parish near you, where you too can escape the problem of intellectualizing everything. And you too could invite other people into the church so that they can experience the truth and not be stuck in pure rationalism. Because you go out there and you think times are tough and you think people are suffering and you think, how can they be this dense? It's not density. It's spiritual. I'm out.
Argument blows it apart.
It's a
Makes no
specific
difference.
rejection of the referent. Is Islam
It's
predicated
irrelevant.
No, it's not. If it's predicated on rejecting that thing, then it's no longer referring to the worship and adoration of that thing. Jesus is being rhetorical.
You need it. What? Put it in a syllogism, Jay. Put it in a syllogism. You've got no logical connection between this. Yeah, you don't have to. If you did, you'd have an actual target.
Because the argument is about whether or not the worship is acceptable.
I dare you.
I dare you. He says, the guy's losing it. The Superman argument is also bunk because Christianity would be Superman while the Muslims would be Bizarro, who is a twisted Superman pretender. Yeah. Well, it's like the mystery of who is Superman, and they're like, they already grant themselves the name Clark Kent. You're like, oh, I'm sorry. No, you have to pretend you don't know who Clark Kent is. That's what you have to do. You have to pretend you have no idea who's behind the mask. And if you knew through revelation that it was Clark Kent, a.k.a. Jesus Christ, is Clark Kent in this, it was revealed in the comic, Revelation, Scripture, the life of Christ. If this is the analogy, it was actually revealed it was Clark Kent. And you go, no, it's not Clark Kent. I'm worshiping Superman. And you go, well, who's Superman? Well, you guys believe Superman is Clark Kent, a.k.a. Jesus Christ. We don't, but I'm worshiping Superman. No, you're not. So now that Millie and I are officially Orthodox, what's the waiting period to get my official grifting license and file all of this paperwork? Not anytime soon. That's awesome, though, that you guys are Orthodox. Hey, Jim Bob, I was baptized on Holy Saturday, glory to God, after previously being Protestant and atheist. Before that, I'm reading about metaphysics right now. Nice, Austin. Nice.
Put it in a syllogism so we can evaluate.
I'm missing a super chat. Hold on. What a good problem to have. Where's Zero Lessons? Hey, Zero Lessons. Because of you, there are so many super chats today that I can't even keep up with them. Thanks a lot. Byzantium Big Boss. The Superman argument is bunk. Okay, I saw that. Will you engage in some new debates on evolution? I'm debating Planet Peterson this Saturday on evolution. The debate is never new, but I don't. If you mean like new upcoming debates, yes. Planet Peterson we go head to head on Saturday.
I enjoy paying. Long live Jortlandia. The Cine.
Someone put a chair as their super chat. Nice. Yes, this Saturday, you guys are in for a treat. Because Peterson is obviously struggling. He doesn't like the current state that evolution is in. And he certainly probably didn't like watching my last 3 or 4 debates against the supposed, biological evolutionist people that did horribly. Horribly.
All I have to do is
hiding behind.
It's on MDD, but I stream it myself here, so you guys can come here.
I came here.
What time? 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard.
Listen, Screamer, I came here to demonstrate the magisterial contradictions, and I've already done that. You said that God can be worshipped as a demon and as the true God at the same time. You already made a fool.
Does he have something up his sleeve? I don't think so, because the prompt is evolution under fire. So, I mean,
nobody ever said that. Nobody ever
said that. I'll give you $1,000. I'll give you $1,000 if you can find that on the tape. $1,000.
You said it was both. You said it was both. You said
I said an individual. I said an individual, like the Jews at times, could worship both the true God and a demon, and therefore.
At the same time, or
it is not the case that X worships a demon entails X doesn't worship God.
Get you
it's
anywhere.
Pure logic.
That worship doesn't
pure
get
logic.
you anywhere.
Learn it.
I'm not arguing the logic. I'm arguing your dogmatic.
I know you're not.
He has a new video. I gotta hand it to him. He does pump out some videos, so good on Peterson. I think he's slowed down a little bit with popularity. Maybe the Jay Dyer attack on him and his wife maybe wasn't within his domain. Could have turned some people off.
Not
maybe.
Arguing because it takes logic to argue. That's why you're not arguing.
Your dogmas contradict. Do your
Jay,
dogmas
can I just ask? Jay, can I just ask what you mean by it doesn't get you anywhere? What do you mean by that?
I argued that Vatican II's teachings contradict previous teachings. That's my argument.
No, just what do you mean by it doesn't get you anywhere?
No,
that is
my argument. It doesn't. There's no salvific acceptance of God in that relationship.
Well, that's
Who cares?
what we think. That's what we think.
Completely beside the point of the.
It's not beside the point. My argument is that Vatican II contradicts the previous dogmas. That's my argument. That's what I can.
Nothing like marrying a woman who won't. It's not won't, dude. She can't biologically. You fucking loser.
Came to argue.
I mean, what kind of statement is that, dude? Get him out of here, loser tires. She physically can't, dude. Get him out of here.
What does that argument have to do with the resolution of the debate and the title of the debate? I don't.
Worship and adoration that is accepted by God is what I'm arguing about. So you can argue something else, but who cares about that?
Then
my point is that
then you're on the whole channel.
Can I put my slide back up to make why I'm making this point? My slide. The reason that this matters is that this is not an intellectual.
That's a permanent ban, by the way, on that guy.
Issue, believe it or not. This is a spiritual issue.
Really?
Yeah, exactly. I know that as a Thomist, you think that the problem is intellectual, but it's not. It's spiritual. So when the popes act on this Vatican II document that Muslims, Jews, and Christians all worship the same God, and they pray in the synagogues and the mosques towards Mecca, which according to Aquinas are actions of apostasy, that's my argument. You have an apostate papacy that you follow and that you.
This is rough. Jay coming with the slide. I mean, that he could make that a T-shirt, dude. Jay Dyer could make that as this one as a T-shirt, right? Right center, maybe light gray, cut off tee. Oh man, Josiah, another 10. I can't wait for you to make an animated Trent, Jim Bob. Oh yeah. He's not really. I mean, they're trying to bring him back though, make him relevant. I think he kind of lost it when he and Danny, the guy who was in here before, debated, and Cleve provoked them, and this guy lost it, dude. Like his vicious defense of homosexuality was such a sight to be. I was like, whoa, wrong hill, bro. Weird hill to die on there, Doherty.
Defend. This is your spiritual tradition.
An argument has premises and a conclusion and inference rules. You got no arguments.
This is the argument.
Dude, this guy's still coping about the doctor. The doctor analogy doesn't fail. You guys still can't answer the basic question. You're just saying it fails, but you won't answer the question. What does that say about you guys? What did it say about Danny before? The fact that you can't answer the question. It's such a simple question. If me and Chase Haggard both claim that we go to the best doctor in New York, and there is some lore about the best doctor such that the title is kind of like a known thing, how do we know we're referring to the best doctor? How do we know it? My entire chat answered this so cleanly. No philosophizing, no sophism, no sophistry. They just said, oh, you figure out who it is, not what it is. Best doctor would be a what classification of a what, but the who would be standing in that seat. It's not hard, man. Cameron said Trent's crash out was justified. Yeah, unbelievable. Cameron's the weakest, dude.
No argument.
He's so weak.
Argument is your dogma.
He really is the Urban Outfitters of Catholicism.
An argument has premises and conclusions.
The dogma contradicts. Does your dogma?
Can I just ask another?
It doesn't even help them God's
notice. Can I just ask another?
Just answer my question, dude. Look, I'm getting to the level where I'm just going to ban people because I just have no more patience. I'm going to give you one more chance and then you're going to be banned because you've been saying nonsense this whole time. You know what? Just get Jesus' son out of here. I don't even... Look, why am I even giving any more attention? I give so much good faith. I assume they're going to answer the questions directly. Get him out of here. I don't care. I got an axe today. I got an axe to grind. Get out of here, dude.
The clarifying
they
question.
Can't answer the obvious contradiction between going into crusades and then now praying in the mosque towards Mecca. This is your problem.
No, because it's a false religion. It's a false religion.
Yeah, your religion is a false religion. Correct. The papacy is a false religion on the screen for you right there.
Papacy isn't a religion, bro.
You're the clown, dude. Your pubs are...
Look, they're not dealing with what Jay just brought up. They're not dealing with it.
Yeah, no, I'm laughing, all right. I'll pay you $100 if you can give me a syllogism.
It's not about a syllogism, dude. It's about the position that's held and that needs to be not held. So the syllogism, it wouldn't even need it. It's just a P and not P. Either affirm this or you don't. Which is it? What do we got here? They're like, I don't care. No, I don't know. Whatever. Give me a syllogism. Off to work to make more money to support base streamers. Sorry about it, Zero. Thank you so much. Yeah, sorry, Zero Lessons. I'm sorry what you did here. You sparked outrage in the Jortlandian community. I mean, they are just sending up dowries upward to the castle.
On the spot.
Because of you.
You got fired for a sex scandal.
There's a list of dogmas. You don't understand Jay's use of the word dogma? Muslims worshiping demons or not is not a dogma? I mean, there might be something there. The question is whether or not you hold the position that it's true or not, right? It's like, I mean, at this point, Luca, really you don't have much place to stand, because let's say the church declared what dogma was from your Catholic position. You already admitted you're in a position where you're just going to lean on your own reasoning anyway to determine if something's true or not. So you've already given up normative authority, and that would include normative authority on what constitutes dogma from a Catholic position. So there's no place to go except... We're waiting for you, Luca. How lovely would that be in like a year? Luca's back in the chat. And he announces that he is being baptized. That's the vision and hope I have.
Well, you don't have $100 to pay out.
Chase, I think we're ready for Chase. Unfortunately, we can't, the way it's set up right now, we can't watch at the same time. But we could at least chat about it, right, Chase? Are you ready, Chase? I made a single guest room just for you, Chase. Isn't that nice? Discord. It's not working. Chase. Chase. Eh? Eh? Is it? Chase. 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 Oh, there he is. Chase. 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 I'm muted.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Oh, I see you've been taking testosterone.
Yeah, I had to start taking it because I vaped for a little bit and it spiked my estrogen. I actually got told I have too much testosterone, so I had to start vaping to lower it.
Oh man. Yeah, I'm trying to lower my voice too, Chase.
Try push-ups. That's what I heard works.
I do a lot of that, yeah, lately. Is there anything you want to just summarize here that maybe I didn't cover? Because, I think a good question, Chase, just to start off, people, when people bring up the Old Testament, and from their view, there's some sort of ambiguity because the Trinity isn't in its highest resolution revealed form. When they say that to defend some similarity between Muslims capable of worshiping a god without fully knowing him. What is the best way to sort of like summarize that and the distinction and so forth? What's the best approach to that?
Yeah. Question? Well, to give a really long, I kind of want to back up and give like a longer answer. So, we don't subscribe to any secular theory of reference. Like we don't go, oh yeah, we completely believe in like Frege's, like these very descriptive bundles of property theories of reference, right? And we also don't go, well, I only believe in like Kripke's causal theory, like causal history theory of reference. So different things, like you're fine knowing and you know very well, different things are proven in different ways and different things can be referenced in different ways, right? So with the Old Testament Jews, who did they have a direct personal relationship with? Who was present in the theophanies? Who was present in the burning bush? It's Christ, right?
Yeah.
Right? They directly encountered God. They believed, and Jay's got a bunch of great streams on this. There's a book he always suggests that I have not read yet. It is like how Old Testament Jews believed, just proving they believed in not a monad deity, right? But they directly spoke to Christ, right? And so there's a causal history there of them referring to the same God that we believe in. Does that make sense? Yeah. So like, for instance, if me and you both, and this is where their analogies fail, and I'll kind of show why, me and you both meet, like, let's think back to my wedding, right? Like my dad, right? Let's say my dad, my dad's at the wedding, but you think it's someone else who it's not, who isn't my dad. But when you start saying, oh yeah, I met your dad, he's like this, and you describe different attributes that are shared between my dad and this other person named, Kyle. Yeah. Well, if you're intending to refer to my dad in the conversation, we could say, well, no, he is referring to my dad, even though he's getting the intended reference someone else. Right. And in a sense, he's still referring to them.
Let me just clarify something. And the distinction here is the reference is a person, your dad. It's not that he is a dad and that all, because the question is, dad itself, a lot of people are dads. Like, so if dad is the thing that someone is, the who the dad is what's in question. But simply saying, the word dad, you must be referring to my dad because dad, the word dad, right? The dad at the church, the dad at the go ahead.
Someone brought up the quantifier shift fallacy, where a common example of that is, every boy has a mother. You have a mother, therefore, we share the same mother, right?
Right.
So the reason I just bring that up is it's like, no, like philosophy of like reference and language, it can get complex. That's totally fine. But in all the analogies that they bring up, you'll notice that there's and I asked that Danny chick that was in your in your chat. I asked her, what's your verification principle? And they're like, I don't know what you mean. It's like, you know what I mean. They do know what I mean, because when it comes to these things, notice all the analogies like Superman, right? The classic hooded man like problem of not knowing who the hooded man is, and you actually do know them, so you're referring to that person, though you're also unknowingly referring to someone else. What do all those analogies share? A revelation of them being the same referent, and they're all empirical. And so the funny thing is, it seemed like that Danny girl was kept jumping between going, oh no, the best doctor, this is a description of like properties, right? And context, which is a very like kind of like Frege descriptive linguistics reference and like Searle theory. Okay. And he's like, so therefore we do have a fixed reference, but then jumping to a causal history, like in Kripke, where like someone would say, okay, well, at one point I say, my guitar's name is Sally. And now me and you know my guitar is Sally. Me and you, when we're in conversations in the future and we say Sally, unless a new reference introduced, we mean my guitar, right? But someone else will hear that and they'll think, you know, you mean their grandma or something like that. He keeps jumping between those things. But again, the funny thing about that is with Saul Kripke's theory of reference that he brought up in naming and necessity, he even talked about how, well, yeah, there's a bunch of problems though, because the causal chain can drift, so you're no longer referring to the same thing. And there was responses to him talking about Madagascar, like Columbus, or Marco Polo, I think, had heard Africans talking about Madagascar, right? And they meant a place deeper into the mainland of Africa, and he thought they meant the island, right? So what happened there was the referent drifted to where two different people, based on their intent, mean something different.
Yeah. What about, okay, so now move to I guess to me, I tried to answer it best I could. I don't know if you heard it, but when they ask about Catholicism, then Catholics, as you said in the chat before, they're closer because they're at least pointing to the persons, right? And then there's a distinction about, like, you know, the structure of the Trinity or whatever. But ultimately, like, when it gets down to it, if someone said, well, Chase, are Catholics actually worshiping the same God? Is that a nuanced answer, or is it ultimately no and a but with a nuanced summary, like explanation?
I think it's no and a but. So here's the thing: can a individual Muslim or a Roman Catholic, I know they're very different theologies, can they be referring to the same quote unquote object? I know God's not an object, but just trying to speak simply.
Sure.
Can they be referring to and pointing their worship at the same object? Yes. How can you verify and claim and justify that they are? That's the question.
I don't know why they can't get this, Chase. Every time I go, no, the question isn't like the girl in the chat, Danny, was asking, no, they can be. And I go, yeah, they can be. But we're asking, how do you know?
Notice they kept doing that.
Yeah. How do you know?
He kept doing that. He kept saying, well, it's possible. It's like, you're affirming that they are. So now justify that they are.
Right. Yeah. So it gets frustrating because the how do you know versus it's possible that it's the case versus how do you determine it's the case. I thought the doctor thing it's not a one-to-one, but it's clear enough to say, well, no, there would be a methodology if two people are referring to some beautiful title of a doctor, who won an award or something, and you're like, oh, I have that doctor too. And do you just leave it at that because they won the same award? No, you have to go further and go, who are we talking about? And it seems to be the case that a lot of these defenses of this bad position really rest on only using God as a title or something, like some sort of like general conceptual abstract title, and not person. Like we never get to the who.
And even with that title, it doesn't work.
It still doesn't work, right?
Because think about this. So when we're talking about numbers, right? How can I signify or justify that I am pointing to the same referent of 3? Well, I could say it's one more than 2, right? 1 less than 4, right? And I can use these, to use kind of Aristotelian terms. We're not Aristotelians, obviously, but just this language works here. And somebody brought up Dr. Sijuwade. He's really, really smart. He's got great papers on this stuff. We can only go off of with things without an empirical verification principle, like the physical person of Clark Kent, Superman,
sure,
the doctor, right? Or the person of Jesus Christ who incarnated, who they explicitly reject as God, which
and they know of him too. They know of the
and
guy.
They explicitly reject that he is God. Absent those things, you can only go off of essential properties of an abstract, non-empirical thing, right? Like we're talking about, we talk about the rules of chess, and of course, intellectually, there's reference to physical things like a board and stuff like this, but we don't need one in front of us to talk about the rules and say what differentiates chess and checkers and soccer.
Sure.
If I change one essential property though of the game, essential property here just meaning if I change that thing, it's going to necessarily change the way the rest of the system functions. I can no longer be referring to the same thing.
But what would a property in that case be? Because you can change. There are these like different fun little pseudo chess games, like apps where there's like the board is like only 6 squares or something, so the rule changes. Is it when you say property in that sense? Are you talking about like the rules and what the game is, or or can a rule slightly change and still be called chess? You know what I'm saying? Like
you're gonna have to. It's gonna be. There's not gonna be, just like with anything in complicated like philosophy stuff. There's not gonna be like, I always use this rule and this single verification principle. Like even Kripke with his causal chain theory of reference, he has a lot of good points. He though was a very smart person. Very recent philosopher. I think he's still alive, still teaching at Berkeley, I'm pretty sure, or he like just died in the last couple of years. He even said, my causal chain theory of reference, this is not going to always hold ever. It's never going to always hold. But those rules, if something changes enough to where the entire rest of the system changes, I mean, I would say that's an essential property. It is no longer the same game. You can use the same word, but it's not the same.
It's not the same itself. Yeah. It's like you get that it's in the category of chess because some of these things are similar. Like it's enough similar to go, oh no, it looks like chess. It seems like chess, but there's a couple of things different about it. Like I'm about to take my kids to like whatever banana baseball or something. It's like wacky baseball where people do flips, and it's like, is that a baseball game? Like, well, no, it's not like a professional Rockies game. It's like some weird offshoot of the thing, but it's still classified. They're playing a game called baseball with most of the rules intact, and for the sake of reference, yes, it's baseball. But when it gets to this problem with Muslims and their God, it seems like you said, like not only the person problem of God, but even the nature, which I didn't really think about before today, that they can't even get past the nature aspect of God, because the Muslim conception of God still doesn't match the Christian conception of God from just what God is, like as a nature, like what are we
exactly.
What are we
and then when you ask them these things, and they're like, no essential property, because a while ago, I think this was like November or something, I had a Twitter space because people were trying to argue that on Twitter, and I got a Roman Catholic to join. And he was like, well, no, the essential properties aren't changing. And I go, they are, because look at how the rest of the system has to change when these other things change, right? Like God being an occasionalist God. Muslims believe in an occasionalist God where he's constantly creating and destroying everything. And he's directly responsible for your actions. And then when it comes to the Trinity, comes to essence energies, all these things are going to be essential properties. They just randomly shift between. The reason I started talking about, like Frege and Searle and Kripke is because you'll notice they randomly jump between strict theories of reference of both those things. And it's fine to go, I don't subscribe to one theory of reference. That's smart. But you'll notice they'll go, oh no, the context of the factual nature of Paris being a place means that we're talking about the same thing. Well, I already demonstrated through the Madagascar example that doesn't work.
Yeah.
The doctor thing, that's going to apply to a bunch of different people as well. And then they'll jump to just a causal theory, a causal history theory.
Okay.
And it's just arbitrary. It's just random. And I always ask them, what is the verification principle you're going to appeal to say they are worshiping the same God?
Yeah.
And they will never give it. And the funny thing is that for Christians trying to argue this, I've seen dumb, Roman Catholics on Twitter go, there's only one God. You're saying there's multiple gods. God said, thou shalt have no other gods before me. And that's the first commandment.
Right.
So is God confused now?
Yeah,
it's just nonsense.
It is. And do you think, obviously, ultimately this is a spiritual issue, but more on the political sense, obviously there's like this growing vein of ecumenism, and the Orthodox Church isn't totally immune to it being festering itself there as well. But like, do you think that this is like to make this one world religion, or do you think there's an element, like I said before, where they're trying to like tame Muslims, where they're like, guys, you're my friends, right? Let's like try to be, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like taming like a beast.
Yeah.
Like, do you think there's some of that where they're trying to do it that way? To like, well, what if we reach out and make friends with them, and then they'll start to get like more soft, and like I could see someone trying to intellectualize outreach from that perspective, even if I still think it's at a cost that they shouldn't mess with. Like it's too much of a cost. But
I think geopolitically, you know me, like that's not my area of expertise. I watch what's going on and stuff, and I care, but I'm a audio engineer and nerds, and so I like focusing on other stuff. But I think that there's multiple layers to it. I mean, you can easily get people like Sneeko and certain people I won't mention because they swat and dox. Their followers swat and dox everyone. To say, yo, Islam is so base. Look how conservative it is. But really what it's going to do is just demoralize these people, break them up. And then Muslim cultures are very dumb. There's individual Muslims who are smart. It's not a race thing. It's just it's their religion tells you not to question and dig into philosophy and anything like that. But they can then demoralize a total people group, and then get the conservatives to go, yeah, I'm going to support this, and then they just then just put those people down and use them to institute whatever they want and institute a technocratic state through the oppression of things like Sharia, and then use that to go, look how evil Sharia is now that it's here. We need to be hyper liberal again.
Yeah. It's like this weird pendulum. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And that used as a tool, or Islam as a broom, and all those things seem to hold true. And you saw, I don't know if you saw Sneeko's post. He goes, he has Trump kissing the wall with a yarmulke on one side, and he has something else on the other, and he's like, which way, Western man? I'm like, you forgot like the third option, guy. like
yeah, it's either going to be Islam, or you're going to be eating your goy slop forever.
yeah.
But yeah, it is interesting to me though. Like when you look at these people, you only hear arguments that they could be worshiping the same God, and the argument is, your initial claim was that they are, because again with and something that I think should get brought up because people ask this question. What about the old babushka at my church who doesn't know anything about theology?
Yeah.
Well, I would argue that there's a causal chain of reference because she's personally encountering Christ in the Eucharist.
Yeah, that's true. And also inside the church, the babushkas they still serve a role inside of the church, and facilitating everything. Like everyone participates in it, and it's like I think about that sometimes, Chase, because people who maybe are culturally, or let's say cradle Orthodox, especially in the West, kind of just always gone there. Maybe they don't remember learning a lot. They just kind of know what Orthodoxy is through their experience, but maybe they've never opened a book about any of the councils or anything. None of these arguments. And people try to use that against Orthodoxy, and it's like, well, that's not really is it maybe better if they did know? But ultimately, it's like, well, the knowledge of that stuff would only matter anyway if you were practicing, and these people are already showing up and practicing. So it's
and personally encountering Christ in the Eucharist, and that's where it's like, no, I'm not saying you need to have, and a mentally deficient person, somebody with mental disabilities, they can commune and they can personally know and be referencing Christ and God, the whole Holy Trinity, because of their actual participation in the sacraments and in the liturgy. And this is the funny thing is, like, again, we don't militantly ascribe to any single theory of reference. these people arbitrarily shift. And we're saying, no, there's a lot of nuance in many different aspects of this where, sure, could a Muslim somehow extraordinarily be worshiping the correct God incorrectly, but pointing their worship at him? Sure, there's going to be an objective point there that God knows, right? In their hearts, we won't have access to it. But you're affirming that they are. And every argument I gave shows, no, you can't affirm that they are and justify it, even with these theories of reference you're trying to use. That's why they always back away from the claim. They always end up going, well, they could be. They could be.
Here's a good one. It's a little bit adjacent. Cambam says, Orthodoxy must concede to original sin if it is to contend with divinity of salvation of Christ. Jesus is eternal, which seems to mean that sin, too, is fundamental, which I reject. Now, the term original sin, do you want to quickly summarize the way that's used and the way generally people think of original sin?
I mean, most people, when they hear it in the West, they're thinking about inherited guilt. That, you know, everyone is somehow personally liable for Adam's sin. That's not the case. We're not held culpable for anyone else's sins unless, and we wouldn't even be fully held culpable if I encouraged you to, like, you know, murder or something like that.
Yeah, do something.
I would be culpable for me encouraging it, right? Yeah. But no, we inherit the effects of sin. We inherit death, the effects of the fall, and that's it. That's what we believe. You know, ancestral sin or original sin, whatever term you want to use. The concept that we mean is that. That's why most people try to speak clearly. They'll say ancestral, so people don't jump to thinking of inherited guilt.
Yeah, because the term is thrown around just broadly. So you could actually, you could still even use the words original sin from an Orthodox perspective, but be very clear on what's actually meant by it. It just kind of gets thrown around, right?
Yeah, people just throw terms around.
Yeah, Cam, I hope you got that there's actually a distinction. You can't just throw the term around and not get clear on what would be meant from an Orthodox perspective versus a non-Orthodox perspective on that.
Yeah, it's like saying God of Abraham and saying, well, you said the God of Abraham.
Exactly, yeah, totally. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't see a way that someone can actually justify this position at all, unless they literally believe that in some type of just like monism. Because even the really dumb argument that the capturing Cuckianity guy did, it's so bad that he ends up in a weird linguistic monism where if me and you say, okay, what's the solution to 4 + 4, right? And I say 9 and you say banana. We would say, well, we both intended to get the correct solution for 4 + 4. So therefore we're both correct. It's both banana and 9 and not those. You're going to end up in a position where no one can ever be wrong. And then again, as a Roman Catholic, aren't you supposed to be trying to affirm the ecumenical councils?
Right. Well, it seems like, I don't know, not so much. People can just kind of change. Honestly, a lot of people, and this might be true for Orthodox people, that, like, if people don't dive into the theology, they're really participating in something that, from their view, is very deep and meaningful and attached to their identity and their family and their heritage and their history and stuff and everything else. So, you know, it's harder actually to get people looking at information. Look at this. This doesn't work. Like, look at this thing that you guys crafted in the early 1000s. Like, doesn't this matter? And I start to realize that even though I think it should matter, what ends up tilting people sometimes isn't the pseudo information debate stuff. It's actually just trying to get them into divine liturgy and experiencing it. Even though everything that we're talking about is a good thing to bring up because it shows inconsistencies and things that don't work in the theology. But I'm always amazed at how effective just getting people into liturgy is, just to experience first, you know? And is that something that obviously you're a nerd with church history and all this stuff, but how much in your own experience getting people interested in Orthodoxy ends up having maybe less to do with the folders and information and more to do with what they experienced?
It depends. I think people are really complex, you know? Like some people, the only way through is intellectually first, and then other people are, I think they have a clearer noose and they can just go to liturgy and they can just say,
get it? Yeah.
Okay, I understand this is the truth. Do I have an argument for it? No.
No.
And I don't need one. I'm not that type of person. That's not who I am. And
Yeah.
they can just be that way. It's really it's personal. And that kind of tying that back to the Muslims worshiping the same God thing. When people try to shoehorn everything into one like secular theory of whether it be linguistic reference, whether it be epistemology, right? Being like, oh, are you a strict externalist, or you know, do you just believe? Are you a coherentist? Like, well, no, we're neither. We're orthodox. We believe in theonomous epistemology. That's the term we would use, and we don't neatly fit into any of these boxes. It never works to treat everything as a monolith and be like, okay, well, I can convince everyone with an argument. Well, no, you can't. Some people are more, you know, like we had dinner with Pajot a couple weeks ago, and people that really like Pajot, and Pajot is awesome, they're really interested in other things besides arguments most of the time.
Yeah.
And that's not an insult. It's just, hey, maybe their sensitivities to these things is different and they are reached a different way.
Yeah. Wizard Beard says, if RCs are wrong, why does your own ecumenical patriarch support the doctrine in question?
Well, let's say Bartholomew does first off, and you realize that Nestorius was the bishop of Constantinople, and he was incorrect about things. So just because the patriarch of Constantinople says something, does that make it our dogma? No. That's not how our ecclesiology works.
Yeah.
It doesn't work that way. So he can be wrong. And guess what? Being wrong doesn't mean you're a heretic.
Right.
You can believe in a heresy without being a heretic.
Yeah, they keep bringing it up as if patriarchs are equal in a stance as the Pope itself, as the RCs hold the Pope, and it's always the same question. Well, they always bring up a meme of a guy saying something silly, and you're like, and?
And then notice that the funny thing is they'll understand, they'll act like they don't understand that it's a meme that we have a different ecclesiology because they won't address it. But then if I ask them, like I just did, if Patriarch Bartholomew says X, Y, and Z, does that make it dogma? They'll be like, well, you have to follow him. Is everything the Pope says infallible? Well, no, of course not. It's not all ex cathedra. Okay, so you understand a distinction there.
Yeah. we got a Muslim in the chat, Chase. He says, I'm Muslim. We don't have the same God, but the same creator. We have the same creator, but the same...
I could agree. I could agree with that. I could say, yeah, we don't worship the same God, but yeah, and he would disagree. Obviously, he doesn't believe Christ is God, but I would say, yeah, you were created, you're fearfully and wonderfully made by the same.
We have the same
person.
creator, but the question is, who is it? Yeah. It's easy to say, if the world was created, there's can only be one creator. We both believe that there's one creator, right? But that's not telling us much more than, okay, well, who is the creator is the same question. Who is the creator?
But you forget 1 + 1 + 1 does not equal 1.
That's right,
brother. Equals 3.
Brother.
Oh, brother.
Anything else on this topic, Chase? Anything else you want to plug, by the way? I know you're doing a lot of music and stuff.
Oh, yeah, I've just been mixing for a bunch of people, which has been great. No, I mean, if you like indie rock stuff, got some acoustic stuff out that I think if you like Jim Bob stuff, you probably like the new tune, Trick After Trick I put out, maybe. I know you liked it, Mr. Bob.
Okay, Trick After Trick. I'll put that in the description of today's stream for all you guys to check out.
One.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's it. I think just go to liturgy, support Jim Bob, give him some super chats, some Bob chats. He works really hard, and
yes, I do.
And it'll make that guy Zero really mad. And
that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Well, all sweet. Right, thanks for having me up, man. Have a good one. Of course.
God bless you. Brother. All right. Oh, 5 minutes left on this last goal. 1 out of 10. Shame. 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 Where is Brenda? Hey, Brenta, are you Brenda? You think you can fool us with that T? You can't fool us, T, with a T. If you understand that everything the Pope says isn't dogma, then what's the argument? The question is whether or not the dogma that you do have has been inconsistent. That's the question. And the question is, how do you know what to trust insofar as the Pope, what they're saying and not saying from a papist position? That's the question. Look, the Pope just said that the mosque is a proper place for God. So I asked Luca this exact question. How do you determine the Pope is wrong on that? He is the Pope, after all.
I got Marilyn's Discord. I will attempt to make her want to convert. I believe it can be intellectual in her case. Pray for us. You all.
Yes. Further, Wizard Beard, the actual topic today goes to the documents, Lumen Gentium, which is dogma, regardless of us pointing to things that the Pope says. So if it is dogma, and you are bound to it, you actually have to defend and hold that Muzzies are on a path to salvation. They also adore, according to the text, that's authoritative, that they adore the one true God. You have to defend that, man. And that's why Chase was on. He's saying, well, you have to actually affirm that, so now you have to defend it. It's not like it says they could be, like Chase said, like there could be a logical possibility that a Muslim is, and only God knows, is directing his attention toward the one true God and seeking him and stuff like this, right? We granted that. But like Chase just said, if you dogmatically affirm that they are, you're in a much deeper hole than you think. It's a bad place to be. You can't defend it. Brenta. Hey, Brenta, I asked you a question before. Do you mind answering it? You said any evidence of God, and I asked you a question. Do you only believe and affirm things exist evidentially, like physically, or not? How do you determine something exists? Just because there are contradictions doesn't mean Catholicism is false. Well, it kind of would. If there's dogma is contradictory, then the entire structure falls apart. That's what false means. What do you mean? And by what standard are you saying, well, things could be contradictory and still be true? Like, what are you talking? What religion are you? We have the same creator. We both call him God. Well, no, we have the same creator because there's only one creator. That doesn't tell us anything about who the creator is. So saying we have the same creator, yeah, logically, there's only one creator. So yeah, we all have the same creator, but that says nothing about the topic. Call him God, but Christian give him attribution. It does not suit the nature and the essence of God. Well, you guys don't have any access through the person of God or nature. You have neither. You actually don't know anything about God based on the Quran. You know that? You aware of that? Like, watch. I'll ask you. Hey, does Allah have a foot? Does Allah have a shin? By the way, I forgot. It's rare that I have Muslims in the chat, but I usually greet them. Shout out to Tony, hello listener, for that one. That's his joke. He gets full credit for it. But I still get credit for my performance. Lumen Gentium's not dogma? Okay. If you say so, bucko. So you as a layperson don't have to hold to it? Ben Shapiro waves? Hello. Magic carpet ride. I think so. That's what I think. That's what I think. Yeah, it doesn't even matter. Like, maybe that's the case. It's, you have to hold to it, right? It's binding. Okay, maybe there's a difference between dogma and binding. It doesn't matter. Like, look, let's just say it's binding. That means you have to hold to it. It's binding. This is my first time in hearing all about and why did you shout to welcome me? I just did a call to prayer for you, dude. You should be thanking me. Okay? I just temporarily turned my chat into a mosque for you. No respect. I get no respect. You know, I give and I give and I give and I give and I give. I grant you that. Well, Luca, look. We're already at a good place with you. You're about to attend a Serbian church. You're about to be pulled into the truth and goodness of orthodoxy. It's just going to be beautiful. I'm not worried about you. It's not dogma. Fine, it's not dogma. It's binding, though. I don't care what you call it. You have to follow it. You have to hold, if you're a layperson in Catholicism, you have to hold that you worship the same God as Muslims. They like to do it in reverse. You say, okay, Muslims worship the same God as us, but indirectly. Well, that means you worship the same God as Muslims. Now, I think rhetorically it's more effective to tell people they worship the same God as Muslims. Now, getting them to say it out loud is a challenge. I'll ask Ben Waves right now. Ben Waves, do you worship the same God as Muslims? Because if Muslims worship the same God as you, then you worship the same God as Muslims. Do you worship the same God as Muslims? How much did they pay you to sing that as they did a wide shot pan over the desert? I should have had that ready, man. Man. No respect to idiot like you. I'm out. Good. Get out of here. Go push a donkey cart. You think using all caps says anything other than we're slightly impressed that you know what all caps mean? Brudda, get out of here. I don't want you in my Jortlandian country anyway. Okay? Sorry. I have no patience with you people. That was like that. That's basically what we're dealing. He's like, let me jump on. I'm like, dude, you can barely form sentences. I'm not trying to be mean, but I want Ben to answer. Ben Shapiro, Ben Waves. The question for Ben Waves. Ben Waves. Ben. I just checked. Lumen Gentium is in the Denzinger, which is supposed to be the sources for Catholic dogma. Okay. Dude's name is just numbers. 1 + 1 + 1 + 2. Denim burka, a jort burka. A jort burka. There's nuance. I don't have to privately. Well, look, Luca, you're on your way to orthodoxy. There's nothing left. We're not going to even combat you anymore, Luca. Okay? Nobody combat Luca anymore. There's a path forward. There's nothing else to do. There's no debating. There's nothing. Look, we can't offer anything more insofar as argumentation and debating. Okay, we're all like debate bros. We love the endorphins and the cortisol we get from debating. And I'm gonna return this serve with a behind the back ping pong with a twist. Did everyone see that? Instant replay. Let's do it. No. You will visit a Serbian Orthodox church, and then what we want to know is your experience. We don't want to debate, Luca. We don't want to debate you anymore. You're too close. You've already done the work. We didn't do anything. You already came to your position, and you're like, well, if you're open to going to an Orthodox liturgy and you do that, that's all we can ask you to do at this point. That's all. No, there's nothing else we're gonna, no more badminton. Your critique assumes there are multiple gods to worship. No, that doesn't follow. How does that follow? How does my critique assume there's multiple? No, my critique assumes that there are multiple entities and some of which you can incorrectly worship. That the incorrect thing you're doing is actually worshiping a demon. So I could see where you came to that conclusion where you're like, wait, doesn't that necessitate that there are multiple identities? Well, yeah. Not gods, though. You can worship a demon. That's what I'm saying. Luca's good faith. Yeah, I trust and pray he'll make his way in. But it's actually a disservice at this point. And I'm not saying straight up strong arm ignore Luca, because he can make his way in the discords and talk to people or whatever. But at some point, when someone's open to going to liturgy, like they're going to make that step, it's open to them, they've considered it, sometimes it's a disservice to pull them back into debate, you guys. And I see it happen, and I've done it, okay? I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just saying I've seen it enough where you actually reel them back in, and then they're maybe turned off. So it's more like ice skating. Nice, Philip. Nice callback, dude. I like it. We should show good faith toward Catholicism, not toward Catholicism. We show good faith toward people, not toward Catholicism. No. That's not good. That's actually not good faith. Good faith is good faith and love is saying what's incorrect. That's what it is to be a parent in life. That's what it is to be a friend and a brother, is to correction and challenging is good faith. So I don't know. I feel like that's like to me, that's not no. I'm sort of an Evan jellyfish myself, but we should affirm Jesus is present in the Catholic Church. Why? You know what I'm saying? Why? It's just totally arbitrary. You're just like, hey, we should be nice to people and affirm that Jesus is in the Rainbow Church somewhere. He's hiding somewhere. How can you worship something? I just told you, man. I just already solved the problem for you. You could worship a concept. A concept exists. There's a form of idolatry that's a concept. But no, I just told you, man. I just told you. The answer to that question is, from our perspective, demons exist, and you can worship a demon. Like whatever form you think that is. That's another thing I forgot to ask Chase that Jay brought up, is that under the Christian paradigm, worship is distinct. Worship, we make a distinction between worship and veneration. And it requires some set of criterion to be considered worship, that not all things would be categorized as that. And Islam doesn't have that. So that's another part that's a logistical argument that I think is actually really good. I'm not well-versed to do it. Like, I wouldn't do it myself, but I forgot to ask Chase about that. But it seems like Chase you would also maybe say the same thing you said about not having like this legalistic checkmark list, but maybe things that are necessary, but not like you fully exhaust and reduce everything to like, you know, like in a Jewy way. You know what I'm saying?
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
But I want to learn more about that aspect, because there's probably a section Jay covered what constitutes worship to begin with. So a Christian who has a strict definition and practice for what worship is, if they say Muslims worship the same God, now another thing's in question. Worship. What does that mean from a Muslim perspective? What does that mean? Yeah, I know, Jace. Prayers all around. Yeah, God prescribes a way of proper worship. Yeah, it's a whole other thing there. That might actually get them worse than the identity thing, honestly. But then they just say, well, no, they're incorrectly. That's a part of it. They're just totally incorrectly worshiping. How could you worship but incorrectly worship? That's another P and not P. No, they worship the same God. Really? Are they worshiping? No. What? No, they're worshiping the one true God. Is there a set of like criterion, you know, for what constitutes worship in Christianity? Yeah, of course. Do Muslims do that? No. So they're worshiping and not worshiping? Yeah. You don't understand, Jim Bob. You don't get it, bro. They're doing it and not doing it. And the Muslims are like, no, we're not doing it. And they're like, yeah, you are. Believe Muslims. Worship. Is there any more over there, though? There's probably more to look at here. Oh, you know what I wanted to see? I wanted to see this. This guy. Ha-ha, the Will Smith. The Will Smith of online heterodoxy, yo. What up? Taxes due. Yes, thank you so much. Taxes are due. The citizens did wonderful today, by the way. Thank you so much for your support. 2 out of 10, 17 left to go. Let's take a look. This should be fun. I'll try not to be such a dick about this, but he's another guy I want to like, but it just keeps getting harder and harder to do. So this is like some sort of mini drama, right? So this guy, Ruslan, invited fairly known, notable faces and talkers from various heterodox positions. And he invited someone who works for him, who is a catechumen, on to talk with them. Now, it's not out yet. I don't know when it's out. But people are kind of miffed because, you know, from an Orthodox perspective, it's already known that you should, first of all, have to be teaching and to be, you know, doing what you would be doing at this level, where you're getting into face-to-face debating about theology, that you're blessed to do it, that you're in a good position to do it, that you're in good standing to do it, and that you're already supported to do it, even in the extended community, I would say. Now, I'm not saying anything about this guy. He could very well blow your mind and know all this stuff and be right about everything. That's not the question. But the people are upset because it's like there are so many known candidates to make a good appearance and representation of orthodoxy, where you know you're going to get a good take. You're not wondering if it's a good take. You know, even someone who's like if this guy had invited me there would be no good reason to. If I was invited as someone who's baptized, I would say no to this. If they were like, hey, you want to come? There's two, you know, Gavin Ortlund and this guy. How about you? I'd go, no. No, not if the topic is I'm representing the Orthodox view against these other two dudes. No, I'm not doing that. You kidding me? You think I'm crazy? How much pre-workout did you think I drank this morning? So I get like the criticism here where it's like, well, why don't you have a legit dude who's known and has been doing this for a while up there? I get that. But it's also, there's something also to say about the catechumen himself, like, to do this. I don't know. Maybe there's something there. When the Israelites worshipped the golden calf, were they worshiping God incorrectly? Yeah, how about just like, worshiping Moloch? Maybe all those chicks at the Planned Parenthood making their sacrifices, maybe they're just incorrectly worshiping the true God. I don't know.
We had a great talk at the Bless God Summit with myself, Gavin Ortland, Trent Horn, and Josh Nadeau. Sword and Pencil. In my opinion, one of the dopest designers on the internet, who is a Orthodox catechumen.
Oh, snap,
and this whole conversation is going to come out next week. But if you guys want to see it, you can partner with us on Patreon for the cost of a cup of coffee, $6.99. On top of which, we got part 2 coming out, my conversation with the Oriental Orthodox homie, Ethiopian Orthodox.
We're going to Miami.
Homie, which is also going to be awesome. So let me just say this to my Eastern Orthodox friends. The pushback I got was, hey, Ruslan, who is Josh Nadeau, and why is there this Eastern Orthodox? First of all, Josh Nadeau is responsible for much of our art here. He's been in the process of exploring Orthodoxy for a while, and you guys are like, hey, why do you have someone that is not a seasoned Eastern Orthodox debater when you guys have Trent Horn there? So let me just address this real quick and be done with it. One, Trent Horn was not slated to be at the Bless God Summit. Initially, we were supposed to have Michael Knowles have the conversation with Gavin Ortland. Michael Knowles had to drop out. We already talked about this. Secondly, Josh Nadeau was already there at the Bless God Summit, and I thought it'd be fun to have all sides represented. Okay, so in my design.
Yeah, but that's like the critique there, Ruslan, is, are all sides represented if you get a catechumen? That's what's... Dude, what? So I thought, I got these 2 people who already been doing and touring and talking about their philosophy and their theology, dog. So I thought, I already know Josh Nadeau. He works for me and shit. And so I was like, what better way to represent every single view than to have a 2-season view and to have someone who's not even baptized, y'all? You know what I'm saying, dog? So I thought every side should be adequately represented and shit. And so I'm like, damn, I know a catechumen, dog. So I'll get that catechumen up on the stage, dog. Because he spit fire, dog. Like, I love my Orthodox friends and brothers, dude. And this dog, he's like a friend. I call him like a friend. You know what I'm saying? Bless God. Bless God. Hello? Glory to God, my priest made me a youth group co-leader at our parish. Nice. You're right. Something to be said about cultivating skills in the church. Oh, yeah, it's the best. It's the best. It's like shines like, if there's a spotlight, like you have talents and you have skills and gifts, the brightest spotlight for those gifts is you'll be seen in the church. Through the church, you'll see those. It's like the biggest spotlight that can put you up.
Desire to make sure that all sides are represented, which we do that fairly frequently. Respectfully, Eastern Orthodox fans. I don't know of another Protestant YouTuber that's had more conversation.
Oh, damn, son. Oh! I feel like every time this guy talks, I need a clip of the clip of the black kids at the park who are going, oh! Like he just dropped like a truth bomb, dog. Church, dog. Like, I feel like I'm supposed to say church. Every time this dude spit, dude, I feel like I need to do a breakdancing move, dog, and spin on my head, dude.
With Eastern Orthodox priests and apologists and myself. I wanted you guys to be there represented. Now, if you want it to be perfect, sometimes it's not going to be perfect. Sometimes we're not going to be able to fly the person out that you want to be there.
See, this is slippery, bro. Looking to your right. I see you. Ruslan, you know. Okay? He grew up what? Armenian or something? He grew up at least structurally, colloquially, as Orthodox, the structure. I'm not talking about the theology. You know that to be represented is to be Orthodox. No offense against Josh Nadeau, okay? I'm someone who, looking back, way too loud for where I was in Orthodoxy. Maybe even too loud now for where I am. But the thing is, it's like, no, dude. No. That's not representing Orthodox.
So we decided to have Josh Nadeau. Josh was already scheduled to do a breakout, which he did a fantastic job about.
Damn,
he,
son.
is a dear friend of mine. And respectfully, I think is an awesome representation of Eastern Orthodoxy.
Yeah. What you think doesn't matter. It's about like respecting the tradition of Orthodoxy and saying, well, what you think about who's a good representation of Orthodoxy. You ever think of looking at Orthodoxy and what would constitute a good representation of Orthodoxy from the Orthodox perspective, not from you, Will Smith?
Online. And so that is why he was chosen. Furthermore, in the past, we've had issues getting Eastern Orthodox folks to my conference because of a Gavin Ortland there. And so the fact that Josh was already there, the fact that it was not going to be with a Trent Horn, who I understand how that looks. Man, you got the best, one of the best Catholic apologists, one of the best, Protestant apologists, and Gavin Ortland. He has a whole book called What It Means to Be Protestant. And then you have someone that's a catechumen that's not baptized yet. I understand how that can look. But hey, count it against my head and the lack of planning and not against my heart. I want folks to be accurately represented. I want the best of these conversations to happen. So having said that, that's a little bit of the backstory. It was not intentional of like, I'm going to throw up someone that isn't a big, I guess, a big name in the Eastern Orthodox community. I thought Josh did amazing during the conversation. I thought he represented the position very well. He got counsel from his spiritual father, and in my humble opinion, I think he's a great representation for the Eastern Orthodox folks. So that is some of the backstory there. Again, none of that is intentional. None of that is to misrepresent or misalign. It kind of came together organically, and we just like, hey, let's have representation there of that position. So that's the backstory there. And yeah, we're going to keep having these conversations. It's not going to be exactly how you want them. It may not have the faces that you want there. And so that's that. So in terms of more of these conversations, I like having these conversations. I think it's good. I think it's good to have these conversations, especially when people are making such bold claims as we are the one true church, implying that everyone else is a fake church or a false church. I think that's important to have these conversations.
Okay, well, I mean, look. I guess now the criticism has to extend now to, because he just said he got spiritual counsel on this. So, look, that's on them. What can I say? Who am I? Thanks for a riveting story. Yeah. I do wonder when he says, oh, he got spiritual counsel on it. He's got spiritual. I'm not sure what priest or spiritual counsel would say, oh, you're a catechumen? Yeah, you should go on one of the biggest apologetic platforms to represent Orthodoxy. I don't know who would say that.
Conversation.
But maybe he did. I mean, there's sometimes bad counsel. Sometimes it's they make the wrong choices, but that's a little.
In that,
I don't know about that.
I will say that consistently complaining about this sort of stuff doesn't make those conversations any more fun to facilitate. All right, you could have reasonable pushback, and a few people did on X were like, hey, like, I'm just honestly curious, so this is my honest response. You could have reasonable pushback, and that's fine, but consistently complaining and consistently crying and consistently demanding to have your guy there, which a lot of you guys wanted Jay Dyer there. Jay Dyer's been on my platform. Not sure if you guys know, Jay Dyer and Trent Horn don't really get along.
Yeah, that would be good, dummy. Hello? That would be good for the presentation. A little beef. What are you talking? Dude, you need a call from Don King. Like, there's some people who don't, like, actually get along, And so what we want is a super like passive, really soft, like, you know, the vibe like George Janko? I like that vibe, yo. It's like you're in the waiting room of a dentist, yo. That's like that sort of vibe the blessed God is. So we don't want like, you know, contention. We want like everybody sort of like vibing, like we stuck in a limousine on a way to party. You know what I'm saying? So I get that, dog. I get that. On Dyer's channel, someone mentioned in the chat that this catechumen also wrote a book on Eastern Orthodox. I'm pretty sure that would be not allowed. Yeah, I don't. There's something. Something. He would bow out. Okay, fair enough. Okay, fair. That's actually true. So Trent, what here? Now I know how to interpret this. Thank you for that, by the way.
Been on my platform. Not sure if you guys know, Jay Dyer and Trent Horn don't really get along.
Here's the translation. Trent said, I will go on as long as Jay Dyer's not there. Okay? There. We said it for you, Ruslan. We know you don't want to say it because it makes Trent Horn look bad to say, I'm not doing that. Jay Dyer mini pants is on.
And so Jay Dyer wasn't in town. He wasn't already going to be at the summit, but I've had Jay Dyer on. May have Jay Dyer on some other time, but consistently naming somebody and consistently crying and whining about this makes me not want to have these conversations, if I'm being honest with you.
Oh, don't be such a bitch, man. It makes me not want to even invite you to my birthday party. This is like woman stuff. Okay? We don't even blame women for acting like this, but this is how women act. Well, then I don't even feel like it now. Well, I'm not going to even invite you next time, and I won't even do these things. You know what I mean? Having a platform of 340,000 followers with varying passionate positions on their theology. If you guys complain, I'm just not going to do it anymore, right? Gosh, so emotional. Look at him. He's like almost crying. Ugh.
I feel like there's seldom so little gratitude
What's up, Big Bad Mama?
to just say, hey, thanks for representing us, and often worst case scenario.
No, the position is it doesn't represent us, okay? He's like, hey, I got someone who definitionally doesn't represent orthodoxy. Why aren't you thanking me for, I don't know, representing you? Do you understand the critique here, buddy? You understand the complaint? The complaint is that it doesn't represent. Even if he knows everything. Well, at least you guys can be grateful and stuff that I got a catechumen who, generally speaking, almost universally wouldn't be recommended or approved to be in this position. And I got that to happen, and all I get from you is complaints in the chat and stuff, dog. Makes me want to not even throw these parties anymore. I was about to do one of those, like, festivals that Ja Rule did, but theology. And now I'm thinking I'm not even going to do that anymore. You know? I was going to do the first ever Bless God 1 week Burning Man event. And now I'm like, dog, not even worth it. It's not even worth it.
Why did you do this? And demanding stuff. And, like, respectfully, I think this is why I love being around guys like Josh Nadeau. I love having folks like Father Josiah in these sorts of conversations because there's a class that they have, that there's a humility that they carry. And even though me and Father Josiah can sit and like strongly disagree about stuff privately or publicly, there's still a degree in which they operate that I respect. And
He included the wrong creed. Okay, this is red flag stuff. This is like, this is plant stuff. Sam Hyde named his Twitter after this guy.
I feel respected when interacting with them. And I think they exhibit, which is, to me, this is the more important conversation, the fruit of the Spirit, the kindness, the gentleness that I would say a Gavin represents, that a Josh represented, a Trent Horn represented. And so if you guys want more of these conversations on here, I'm just gonna gently ask, be careful with the type of comments you leave, because they're kind of annoying.
What a absolute female, dude. How's that for a comment, Ruslan? Oh my gosh, this guy's insufferable. That's what I'm saying. He shouldn't even accept it. Shouldn't even accept it. That's what's question. This question. The whole thing's questionable.
Honestly, like, there's a pocket, and it's.
Why do I need to eat on stream? Because I do 5-hour streams and I have to eat. What do you want me to do? Not eat? What do you expect me to do, dude? Big deal. Most of us have misophonia. When I'm the one eating, it doesn't bother me, okay? Listen, I ate 2 chicken nuggets. Big deal. How about you super chat me, Mitchell? How about that? How about this? How about a $5 donation that says, hey, thanks for streaming all the way through your hunger and your need to piss for us. Unbelievable. Now I'm getting like Ruslan. I'm turning into Ruslan as we speak. It's like, what am I even doing here? You know what? I'm tired of these complaints. It makes me not even want to stream anymore. You know what? Makes me not want to even eat. You want that? I just won't even eat anymore. I'll just starve. It's going to be your fault. Wait until you see me all gaunt and broken and breathing heavy. Wait until you see it. I hope you're happy. I hope you're happy. He said be gentle. I just want to fight everybody. Let's just be honest. Lent's over. I'm ready to fight. Here's the thing about Roman Catholic opposition. It's Roman all over the place from tradition. Then it will roam away from everything. Always with the puns with Wicked Wally. You should write a book. You should. Take my emanation of cash for more chicken nuggies. I know, I gotta, shout out to Meg Bob for feeding me. Should eat more. Yeah, I should really just get into the microphone.
Particularly in some of the orthobro communities, that, like, you guys are just kind of annoying, right?
Look, we probably are, honestly. We probably are. This sounds like a conversation you hear in the bathroom at the prom. You know what I mean? It's like, you know what I want to do?
Can I have your nuggies if you're done?
Just for this, Ruslan, I almost want to animate you in the bathroom with all the girls, and you're like putting on eyeshadow, and you're like, you know what? It's just annoying and stuff, and it makes me not want to even go anymore. And Becky...
Right? And I should be able to tell you that, and you not get triggered and melt down in the comment section. In the same way that I...
That's fine. I'll fight you.
I can say, hey, I get it. Didn't think about it that way. I was genuinely just saying, let's have great representation. But
Asana's bigger shoulders. That doesn't say anything. Look, Jillian Michaels not only mogs my entire frame, I think she might even have a more masculine facial structure than me. Honestly.
Every time something doesn't go your way or your guy's not at something, it's a meltdown. It's annoying. Like, I'm just being honest with you. It's annoying to always see that in the comments. And we could block all you guys for all I care, and I would still be annoyed that there's a sense of, like, I don't know what else to call it, an entitlement of, like, you need to have this or else. That's not how this...
That's whatever.
Listen there. Listen, guy. Look, guy. You're not really sort of like getting into the world of what the concern is. You know what I mean? They're not dino nuggies. They're real nuggies. They're not cardboard smushed into composite layers. Battered in smashed Cheerios.
This works. Like, this is my YouTube channel. These are my events. And if I see someone as appropriate to be there, or I feel like this is going to be better for the conversation because of other dynamics and other back and forths between different characters online, that's what I'm going to have. On top of which, a lot of what I'm trying to build with the Blood Scout Summit particularly, or just the types of conversations I'm having, is I don't want dumpster fire, blood sport type conversations. That's why we have them in person. That's why you notice I don't have these conversations remotely. I think that class, humility, restraint, kindness, gentleness, to me, are important values and virtues. And again, when I had Jay here, he was...
You know what this reminds me of? It's like when they do the group therapy and someone's holding the teddy bear and it's their turn to talk, and they're like, no negative things. No. You don't counter someone. We don't do that here.
I found a picture of Superman. My neighbor claims it's Johnny, his kid in disguise. We both point to the same picture, but because I'm retarded, I also think the picture is of Superman, Clark Kent, Kal-El, Johnny and Marilyn.
I think autistic Superman and superheroes are on their way. I think we're heading that direction. Speaking of, did you hear there's a major breakthrough that some dude is the first ever to have a vaginal transplant made of fish skin? Fish skin. Yeah, that's going to get the cis men all after you. It's like there's two parts now. It's like, are you obligated to tell the man you're talking to at too late in the morning at the bar that you are actually a biological man? Yeah, that's one thing. But how soon do you have to tell them that your fake wound is made out of fish skin, of all things? Yeah, that's going to get them. That'll get them. Wait until you see what I got, big boy. I can smell it. It smells like a bass. How will Jim Bob ever get wide shoulders if he doesn't eat more chicken nuggies? How will Ruslan stop whining about his nuggies? Yeah, that is disgusting. It's like I thought it was parody. But to be fair, I can't even tell anymore.
Awesome. And we had a great time hanging out at dinner, and we had a great two-part conversation. And again, we may have that conversation again. But this is just my outside-in perspective, that when I deal with these different circles and I see these different comments, even the conversation with Moret from the Oriental Orthodox, like even that conversation, some of you guys literally were like, how dare you call him Orthodox? It's like, bro, he's literally Oriental Orthodox. So some of you guys complaining that it says Orthodox Christian presses me on my Protestant theology.
Well, that's it's like, I get you're doing clickbait, but you should actually say he's Oriental, and maybe in the title, maybe that would help with the backlash a little bit. Just clarity, a little bit of a clarity.
He is an Orthodox Christian. I
actually hate this guy.
He's an Oriental Orthodox.
I know, Jay. It's good that Jay can get on here. It's good that Orthodox people can get on here. It's a big platform. People inside like the sort of online apologetics theology spaces. This is one of the good bars to stop at. But I just it's just one of these, you know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm just the bully. Maybe I just have to accept that. Like, I just can't pretend to be like, yeah, dog, yeah. No, you good. No. Anyone else?
Orthodox Christian, and we talk about...
It's just like, shut up, dude.
The deviations between Chalcedon and all of the things. And I thought it was a great conversation. And part 2 and 3 get super spicy. So, I just want to...
How is Trent Horn more tolerable than this guy to listen to? How is that even possible? Thank you for your taxes, sir.
Put that out there, and again, we'll still get another onslaught of comments and just crying and melting down. And I'm just telling you, like,
you're literally having a meltdown as a video, dude. You just made a dedicated 9-minute meltdown video about not melting down, dude. Holy crap, man.
It makes me feel like, hey,
This is so whack.
Man, should we
That's
just not
whack,
have
dog.
anyone from this camp?
Shut up. No, dude, it's so simple.
Because every time
he's not baptized, so he's not Orthodox. You're like, dog, we had an Oriental Orthodox on. Yeah, was he baptized? Like, even from their tradition, was he baptized? Yeah, dog, he's an Orthodox, dog. Yeah, do you understand, Ruslan? From the Orthodox perspective, you're not actually Orthodox if you're not baptized. So, you're not having an Orthodox person on. Hello? Yeah, but he's like a catechumen and stuff. And so, like, from that perspective, he's a catechumen in the Orthodox faith and stuff. And so, by extension, the word Orthodox and the word catechumen, they go... Dude, I had 2 non-Orthodox on. It's like, all I get from you, dog, is whining in the chat and seat. We need more priests. Oh, yeah. We need tons of priests. That's why the conversion from Catholicism, I think, is essential. I think it's essential. That's why there's got to be a way without beating up Catholics for them to move over to Orthodoxy. There's got to be a way. Jim Bob, you could get the shoulder surgery where they break and extend your bones like Clav did. It is with his jaw. I thought about that. I was thinking of just straight up implants. You know, and just so you guys know they're implants, so it's not deceptive, I just put nipples on my shoulder. You know what I mean? And every time I reach a goal, I actually shake them. And we see if YouTube censors it or not.
Time we have someone from the camp, there's a segment, not all, a segment of the people that talk about this stuff online that are just annoying to deal with.
You're annoying, dude. I literally want to give you a wedgie. I want to throw you in a locker.
And I don't know how else to say that. And so that's not an indictment on every Eastern Orthodox person. The vast majority of my interactions with Jay Dyer, with my Eastern Orthodox...
This guy was so spoiled as a kid. I could just see his childhood. He had a whole basement with the balls from Chuck E. Cheese and those like powered cars and enough room to actually do laps around the Chuck E. Cheese balls. And he had 4 stand-up arcade games, Tekken, NBA Jam. He had all of it. He had a popcorn machine and a gumball machine in there. It's my party. It's my party. It's my party. This is my party. You just know it. I just know it. I just feel it in my bones. The annoying rich kid. Ugh. You know, he's in this overly too big of a Jamal Mashburn jersey. You know what I mean? Deion Sanders pump shoes. Remember those? He had those. Oh, his mom is just pours into him. You know it. Oh, you know it. Yeah, foosball. He had all of it. He had all of it. Not even close. Not even close. He probably went to paintball once. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's always this, it's my house. Yeah, the whole thing.
Friends are positive, but the
LA Gear fake ones don't rag on LA Gear. Some of us had to use those imposters at school. You know what? When Nike Air came out, I'm old enough that where I grew up, it was actually like a big deal, Nike Air. You know, keep in mind I come from a town of like 3,000 people. And I was like, Nike Air, like one day, you know, I grew up pretty poor. And not to throw my dad under the bus, but one day I saw a box and there was a pair of shoes in there, and I opened them up, and they certainly weren't cool. They were all brown. They're all shades of brown, like monochromatic brown. But I looked closer, and it's Nike Air. They were Nike Airs. And the first Nike Airs that I can remember that entered my little 100-year-old farmhouse was my dad's. So you bastard. You got my dream before I did. You got the first Nike Airs? What? What?
Comments, when you compare it to the Catholics, when you compare it to the Oriental Orthodox, are not the same. I'll just say that. They're not the same. So that's a little bit of the backstory.
Yeah, dude, you just wrecked yourself because from an Orthodox perspective, Orthodox and catechumen are not the same. By your own reasoning, dude. And you're acting like people shouldn't be like maybe just like a little bit guarded about this. Totally just like gaslighting the audience. Like, no, you guys are being worked up for nothing, dog. I got an Orthodox person coming on, right? Up against these seasoned people, dog. Why are you so mad, dog? You just ask him a basic question. Anyone who knows this guy, ask him a basic question. In Orthodoxy, is a catechumen considered Orthodox? From the technical perspective, are they Orthodox yet?
Okay, I'll do my best, but you guys also got to meet me there. You got to meet me halfway, okay? We can't keep having these meltdowns in the comments. We can't keep having these conversations where every time something doesn't go your way and you're upset and you're crying about it and why wasn't this person there and why wasn't...
Oh my gosh, dude. I mean, just you're so insufferable. It's like 20 minutes too long. Unbelievable. Lord have mercy. Pray for me. You guys should be praying for me after every single stream, by the way. Thank you so much. See if you can find the clip where Ruzzy says he was a gang leader at 13. That sounds amazing. Haha. There's no way. His mom supported that. Whatever that thing was, he went through a I'm a gang leader phase, maybe. Totally funded by his parents. They're like, why do you need these things? Why do you need a headband? Dog, it's my identity, dog. Oh, perfect. It's actually admitted to none other than the other gang leader. Amazing. This is going to be good. My favorite person. I could only watch this guy maybe once every 5 months. So I suppose it's time.
To hang out with gang members.
Mm-hmm. In gang members, I am very calm and collected when I'm talking. The number 7's all throughout the Bible. Do you understand what I'm saying?
And when that happened, it just went all bad. I started doing 459s. I started doing all kinds of crazy stuff. So when you see an enemy, regardless of what it is, like this guy hurt one of your brothers, you gotta hurt them. And then that's how it started. It started with fights and scuffles.
Ruslan.
When did it really start going left for you in terms of self-destructive behavior as a kid?
When I was about 11 to 12 years old.
Okay, and what was that? Do you remember that fork in the road moment? Do you remember when it was like, it's on, like I'm turning it up?
Yeah,
I'm turning it up, dude. You're such a faker, man. Look, I went through a wannabe phase. Baggy pants, human. I wore human in like 7th grade. Human. I had my parents drive me an hour to the mall because that's the only place you can get clothing. You get it once a year, maybe, before the school year. I go into the black store, or the store of color, they would call it. I went right there. Everything's purple and blue and yellow. You can't get shoes that are just white. They have to be purple and blue and yellow. And I'm like, there are shorts that are kind of not shorts. They're like capri shorts, but they're baggy. Yeah, I did that. Jinko, yeah, Jinko. Oh, man. Shout out to Jinko.
It started from stealing.
Filas.
You know, I was like a straight kleptomaniac.
Yeah, like you're stealing the true faith and making it your own. You mean like that? You're a theokleptomaniac. Pray for our parish Deacon Kevin in the hospital with potential heart problems. Lord have mercy. Yeah, prayers for Deacon Kevin. Thank you for letting us know, everybody. Thank you.
I was sharing this with China Mac, and he
Doc
was saying
Martens.
the same thing. You know, we would start stealing just petty stuff, and then it got to the point where it built up this confidence that, okay, I'm not getting caught. I don't have to listen to my parents, and I feel like I can do better. Then
Silent said, yeah, that was a question, right? If Muslims worship the same God as Christians, can a person commit idolatry while worshiping the Christian God? Goes, yeah, it would go both ways, that question.
my parents. So even though I was 11, 12 years
I
old.
was
and
Hoshi.
after that, I started to hang out with gang members.
Yeah.
And when that happened, it was just, it just went all bad. I started doing 459s. I started doing all kinds of crazy stuff. So
stealing was the gateway.
Yeah, I would say.
Dude has
like
a pave Jesus
Shoplifting.
on.
Yeah.
You see that? That doesn't look real based on the lighting, though. And I'm a jeweler, by the way, so I have an eye for this stuff. Yeah, by the lighting, it looks like he has a CZ paved Jesus pendant.
I'm stealing from grocery stores.
And he's wearing a Burberry shirt. You guys are aware of Burberry? I think that's what it is. Megbob, is that correct? Super expensive. Yeah, I'm not blaming people for having expensive things. I'm just pointing out, like, there's a life here, okay? There's a lifestyle here.
It starts with gummy bears, and then it's like, whatever, roller skates, whatever it is that we can take,
Oh, Sid, it all started, like, when you do the totally normal thing when you're a kid where you actually steal I stole a Slim Jim. Not the useful kind, the tool, where you could actually steal a car. No, I stole an actual beef stick. That was my choice. My friends are all, dude, steal something, dude. Steal something sick, dude. Dude, steal something sick from the store. What'd you get? Dude's like, I got a whole box. I stole the whole box. They tell me. Snickers. I'm like, jeez, dude. That's crazy. Someone else, like, took a hat or something. Like a New York Knicks hat. They're like, Jimbo, they called me growing up. Jimbo. What'd you get? I just pull out of my pocket this gross old Slim Jim. Guys. Like, what is it? Dude, you're not cut out for this, Jimbo. You're not cut out for this. Go do some art or something, okay? You can't roll with us.
No. Yeah, we were stealing from the Tower Records. I got caught stealing Eazy-E's last album. This is like goofy stuff, But that escalated into breaking into houses, and then that caught me a case at 11, And so, you starting out with gang members.
Dude, you're such a poser. I'm sorry. I probably sound like such a judgmental dick right now. But he has even the slightest little idiosyncrasies of a black dude. I'll point it out. Listen.
And so, you starting out with gang members, that escalated into breaking into houses, and then that caught me a case at 11, And
that thing right there, dude, you're not black. Such a faker poser, dude.
So, you starting out with gang members, and then, like, how does it escalate?
So, you kind of get put on, right? So you hang out with them first, they're like your family. Of course, they're not just going to start off, showing you everything, right? So they hang out with
they
you.
Actually
they
like
feel kind of loved, and I don't really think that they had ulterior motives, to be honest. I just...
The thought of, yeah. He has a room just for breakdancing in his house in, like, San Diego or whatever.
Think that they were trying to build this family, because I noticed all of us were
that's
shattered.
What it is, Ozzy.
We were all individuals who had emptiness in our hearts. We didn't know what that was. We didn't know what void was. You don't know what that is at 12 years old. And you're just like, these are my friends. And I remember, like, they would just, kind of court me into it, I guess.
No, of course they are. And they're all, hey, we have a way out of this lowered state culture. That's generally speaking, a lowered state. Like not a good culture generated there. Generally speaking, it's just true. So they're like, oh, a way out, right? They get out of it, right? She gets out of it, and he's all, damn, dog. What up? What up? And she's like, no. She got catfished by a white guy. She was all, screw that. I want to live on San Diego on the beach. I want to be around people doing stuff, not committing crimes, speaking properly. I'm pumped. I'm super pumped, honey. I will marry you. He's all, yeah, dog. You're my girl, dog. You my girl, dog. Yo, Rough Riders, dog, for life. Right here. You my heart. You my heart. She's all, no. Stop. No. Pronunciation. Enunciate. Full sentences. That's why I'm with you. Yeah. Dude, for me, it's like, this is like it. Like, there's no one else. There's no one else I even, like, could, like, even conceive. You know what I'm saying? Like you hit me, like, when I met you, you hit me like hard. Stop it. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It's my spiritual. Yeah. Here's the spiritual advisor. No, stop. No. You want to go to a roller skating rink? No, I'm done with that life, Ruslan. I met your family. They're wonderful. I love the houses. I love everything about it. Education. This is great.
If you will, like, okay.
Hit me like a case, dog. Dog, hit me like a case, dog. Yo, she was my last drive-by. That's how I met her, y'all. I was driving, dog, and I looked out. I seen her walking and stuff. She's just like a dark light. She's like a dark light on the street, dog. And I swear to God, that was my last drive-by, dog. That was my last time, right? I said to myself right there and then that this was it. This was my life.
So you have to do this. This is what a snitch is. You know, they start to explain and break down what we call lace you up. They lace you up about everything. Yeah, from there, it was just like, okay, when you see an enemy,
hey, FDA,
regardless of what it is, like this guy hurt one of your brothers, you got to hurt them. And then that's how it started. It started with fights and scuffles. And then it was like, okay, well, dang, you got jumped. All right, bet. Next, here's a 22. Here's a 25. Like, now you have to protect yourself. And it's like
a 22? Guys, are you talking about a 22 caliber? That's your, wait, I'm sorry. Is that your gang life? Yo, it started with BB guns and stuff. And that was like, there was this moment, dog, where I knew I was in like too deep, where I had like a 22 on me. Like, you can't be, when you got, dude, with scuffles and stuff, if you packing, dog, and make sure you're not printing when you carry a 22, but when you pack in a 22, dog, that you write the chapters. Well, someone, on God, someone knows you're packing a 22, right there. Right there, dog. That's when things change for me, man. Pew, pew, pew. Blah, 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 blah. Yo, I wasn't yet at the stage where it was like blah, blah, blah. It was more like blip, blip, blip. And that's how you knew we was for real at that time, dog. From the Boondocks. Yeah, dog, let's talk about it. When was your first album?
It's very simple, you know, they take us wherever we go, you know, in the mountains or whatever, and shoot at cans. And
So I was a gangster? Okay. I'm glad. Anyone else in the chat a gangster now? I grew up in the mountains. I would shoot cans. Shot rocks and cans and glass. Sometimes birds. Lord have mercy. Dude, I grew up hard and stuff, dog. Did I tell you about that time I was walking in the woods and stuff, dog? Trees all around me, dog. Dangerous. Dangerous. You don't know what, like, you got to keep an eye out, dog, because those trees been falling, dude. Killing people, putting them in their graves early, dog. It's a rough life up there in the woods, dog. I was shooting, dude. Shooting cans in the mountains. Congratulations, everybody in the chat. You also have a past gangster life. Things was getting dark. Boy Scout camp? Yeah, you're a gangster. That's right. You're a gangster. Who's a gangster? Anybody? God forbid, white boy got a little motion, JB. Hating, dog? Ah, no, dog. They're white. Dude, Tony, hello, listener. Dude, he more black than any of these people, dog. He don't even like guns, dog. Definitely the Beastie has the Beastie Boys discography. Oh, yeah. He's like, that's what I can be.
You know, just little things like that. And then it's like they were training us, essentially. But it was all, I guess, with the intention of protecting yourself. Yeah. And then they taught us that you're representing something bigger than yourself. Don't ever, like, it's not about you anymore, you know? So, and that was something that really like, stuck to a lot of us. Because we're all brothers.
Dog.
Like, in my gang specifically, we have a very unique thing where, like, me and my brother are in it.
Dude, one time I knew I was in a gang because my dad was like, you need to learn how to use a gun to protect yourself against the world, dog. This is a responsible duty for a man, and you ready. He didn't talk like that, but you get the point. And that's how I knew I was in some dork stuff. I was in a gang, dog. What's the name of the gang? Just my last name. My family name, my dad's name. We just went by, like, the family name. That's a family. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dog. Like, I was raised in a gang setting because I learned how to use a gun to protect myself and, like, gun safety and shit. I learned that, and I was like, damn, my dad, like, he initiated me into the gang by teaching me how to shoot and operate a gun safely. Wait, what was the gang's name? So it's usually like the Bloods or the Crips or East Side Asians or something like this. Nah, it's just my family name, dog. It's just my last name, dog.
Some of my older heads and their brothers are in it, you know, and if it's not brothers, it's cousins, etc. So
it's literally your family. If it's not your brothers, it's your cousins. So I was in the Chang gang. It was literally a gang of people who were related literally. And so if it wasn't my direct brothers, it's probably my cousins and stuff. Because they had the same last name and shit. That's how I knew early. I said, damn, Ma, I didn't know we was in a gang. And she was like, yeah, you Chang gang.
We're really family. So it came down to like family first type of thing.
What was? It's so ambiguous. So, you know, there's not a single person verifying this who's in prison right now. It's like, no, for real, I was there with the Chang gang.
Your parents thinking about all this stuff?
They didn't really know until I actually caught my case.
Okay.
They didn't know. They were like, you know, because I would wear one thing to clothes, and then I would stash clothes or like how.
You were a faker. That's called a poser. So I had like a costume, dog. He knows. He's like, yeah, I do. I know what you're saying, dog. I have a black costume. When I go home for Thanksgiving, my mom doesn't like when I talk like this and stuff. So for Thanksgiving, I go home and I talk all proper. Hey, Mom. Where's Dad at? Where's Dad at? Where's Dad? Gives him a huge kiss on his mouth. He immediately goes to the kitchen and starts like doing dishes and stuff. And then when he leaves, he like hurries up and goes into the trunk of his car and he gets back into his like hip hop gear. Look how much he knows. He's like, oh, I know the 2-person outfit thing where you got to be like normal with your family and then turn into super gang. Yeah, I know about that, dude. Mr. I gotta, it's like a quick change. It's a quick change. Wait, JB, does this mean that we're in a gang? We're all in a gang. Jortlandia is like total rough and tumble, dude. Talk about scuffle, dog.
How my friends bring it, and I would wear the gear after that, Ben Davis, or red and black flannels and Cortezes and this and that. So they didn't know. I kind of kept it from them. And then when I got arrested, they were like, do you know what?
When I got arrested and stuff, they were like, we looked into your drawer and we saw a whole costume. What have you been dressing up
your
as?
son is part of? And they're like, no, he's a good kid. Like, what do you, you know what I mean? And
Hey, you want to see something crazy? 67%.
Dude. Talk about a switch in character. Hey! You want to see something crazy? Jeez, man. Back up. Back up.
Pretty shocked when she got the call to go to the. I didn't go to juvie. I went to like a holding facility. And long story short,
he thinks he could say the word juvie. Dude, you're so full of it, man. I didn't go to juvie though, but they use the same buses. I went to like this other holding facility where they wait for your mom to come because like you stole something and there's a little room at the malls and stuff and they put you in there and wait for your parents to come. But I do know that the bus that brought me there was the same bus at the juvie. Dude, you can't say juvie. These people, I mean, I'm just so... yeah. Juvie. Dude, he just loves that he can say that. He's like, I didn't go, it's not juvie, dog. Because I lived this life, dog.
Facility. And long story short, we were breaking into the house. We were breaking into a house because our gang leader was in jail.
It's called the principal's office.
And we were trying to get bail.
I wasn't in juvie, but it was like a juvenile. It wasn't like a detention center. It was like just detention. It was like, dude, I served, dog. Dude, I was in where principal's office. How long? It's like 15 minutes, dog. Yeah, we're a part of the Ortho Thug gang, yeah.
Money because his baby mama
I was in an advanced math class
and was setting
Oh, you're the Muslim. I was like, I thought you were playing on this.
him up. And so I'm the smallest one caught in the window of the bathroom. And my buddy gets apprehended by an ex-police officer. And he's like in his arm bar. And a guy's just like, get the F on the ground. So we all get swooped up. Bro, in the moment we walked in, we knew about don't snitch, don't do that. Bro.
Don't snitch? Oh my gosh. You're killing me here. You're absolutely killing me. Look, teenage boys, at some point, not all of them, but there's always a section, and they like get into stuff, or depending on where they live, maybe they crawl into a house or something, right? They're still doing something illegal. But this snitch, oh yeah, you had snitch. You had the snitch culture. What, when you were in 10th grade? Yo, I already learned about snitch culture and stuff. Pop, pop, pop. You know what happens to a snitch. Stop it. Just stop. I'm scared, JB. What do we do with that? Now we're gangsters? Dog, we do anything we want. Yeah, dude, he actually used the word snitch. He used the word. We could play bingo. We could play wannabe gangster bingo. Juvie. Snitch. What else did he say? Oh, there's so many.
we all sang. This is what happened. You know what I mean, bro? Like right away. And I'm like, yo, I'm not built for this life. Like I'm not built for this, man. And so we all tell the story, and they separate us in different holding rooms.
He said we all sang. Like he knows all of the criminal lingo. Why is that? You know what I'm saying? How do you know? Why are you using the vernacular? Did you download an app? I swear, I bet this guy downloaded an app of how, like, black criminal culture lingo. Yo, I sang, dog. We all sang that night. I remember that, dog. It was like they was going to call my mom's, and I was like scared. And I was like, dude, I'm singing. I ain't built for this. I knew that in 10th grade, dog, but I lived a hard life up until that point. My mom threatened to take away my Honda Civic VTEC. She bought me that. And I was like, damn, I can't risk this, dog. It's not worth it. This interview screams, I kept my Mark Echo Sean John wardrobe from Sean John.
We all told the story right away.
He watched
and
the Breakfast
They were
Club.
older, so the other two kids were I'm in 6th grade. They're like in high school or like.
You kidding? Are you actually? Are you? Is this right? Is this like comedic writing? I even granted you 10th grade, just to give you some charity here. There I was in 6th grade. I knew about snitching. We didn't go to juvie. There I was. I stole a lunch bar. Dude, I knew my friend had kudos, and I never had kudos. Remember the kudos? Ha, kudos. Dude, I love kudos. There's Twix and stuff. And I was like, I knew them dudes had that in their lunchbox, dude. But they had the better lunchbox. They were the tin ones with a lock. I had like a paper bag, dog. And I was like, damn, I got to get me in some of that. So in 6th grade, I knew that. Like, I knew right away that, like, this is dangerous life, dog. This is like menace to society.
8th grade, 9th grade, high school. Mm-hmm. So they got like long probation and like a probation officer. I ended up just getting something like unsupervised probation for 6 months and like some community service.
Even Johnny Chang's harder than that. He's like, you don't. Like Johnny Chang, I think actually went to prison at least. I'll give him that. He's all, oh yeah, really connecting here. This is like talking to a Marine who saw his friend get obliterated in front of his eyes and be like, I did laser tag. It was hard, dude. It was scary, dude. I know it's just lasers and stuff, dude, but them rooms get dark. It's like, dude, it's like you've been creeping around like every corner and you don't know. Like, are they going to be there? You just don't know, dude. It's scary. We all went to juvie. We all worship the same God. Are you talking about the same juvie as I am? Well, Emmanuel? We're all in the same gang, right?
Because I was the youngest one.
Right.
My mom got the call, and she still brings it up till this day, bro. Like, we were driving back from San Diego, and she was like, that's where I had to go to pick you up from the thing. It's embarrassing to look back as a kid, you know, and be like, yo, what was I on? But when you process it and you hear other people go through.
You are such a shameless liar. The title of this is Ruslan Admits, capital, his capital gang past. It's like they don't even care. Like, you don't think that actual gang people are going to piece this together and go, wait a second, 6th grade, you stole something, and your mommy brought you to a place or picked you up from a place. That's your gang past. Oh my gosh, dude. See what I'm saying? Like, You can't trust this guy. You can't trust this guy. As someone who's half black and still slips into talking like this sometimes. Oh, we got another half black. Justin. It really comes down to who you're around. I don't talk that much anymore, but it slips up. Well, yeah, dog. It just slips up for all of us, dog. You know, even if I drive through Baltimore, something like that, like Chicago is, like if I go through a scary neighborhood, scary hood, dog, I just like look at Megan. I'm like, damn, you looking fine. She's all, what are you
Vatican
doing?
II's Nostro Aetate and its clarifying documents later state that all religions adore God, then in their system idolatry is impossible to discern from proper worship and adoration. Insane.
Yeah. Thank you, Vagine. Yeah, we all slip up. Let's talk God. We all slip up depending on where we are. Even at the mall. If I'm like slightly feeling like uneasy about who's around me, I'll just be like, damn, son, we at the mall. And my whole family's like, are we getting Wetzel's pretzels or not, Dad?
Similar things, right? Then you go, okay, well, I understand the frame of mind that people are in when they make these decisions, especially when there's a family element.
Yeah.
You guys are blood family, cousins and brothers who are getting jumped by other groups, ethnic groups.
Isn't that funny? Johnny Chang's actual gang is just his family. And then Ruslan's gang past is literally being in 6th grade and stealing something or being caught doing something bad.
And we were just bad kids.
I'm sorry, you were just bad kids. It literally says Ruslan admits his gang past.
It seems like there was a practical utility to what you guys were going through, you know?
Absolutely.
And the older guys, how much older were they than you? So say you're 11, 12, you come around these guys, how much older are they?
The older cats, like we had real OGs, so like probably 20, maybe 10 years older.
Yeah.
And we had generations too, like there's older homies, there's big homies. Older ones were like maybe 5 years older than us.
And where are they getting their cues in terms of the structure for how this is working in the gang and all that kind of stuff?
I mean, it comes from, it's just the higher ups, basically.
Just the higher ups. So they have a hierarchy of sorts. Mm-hmm. And so it goes from robbing and stealing to fighting and defending.
It's like it's like aside from like actual like heresy, blasphemy and things against God, it's like, it's one of the most cringe. Yeah, it is. It's like the worst. It's like, it's not even valor, right? When you steal valor, like, you know, it's like frowned upon. It's like stealing valor for something you don't want. Like, you don't want that in your past. It'd be like some chick today bragging about how much of a whore she was when what's not even true. Like, what are you doing? What do you think the currency is, Ruslan? It's like a chick who's like, oh yeah, no. 9th grade, 10th grade. Oh, absolute. Oh man, did I go through just a lost time? Oh, what were you doing? It's like, were you just like promiscuous and just slutting around? No, I got a butterfly tattoo. Anything else? Well, I went to the mall with it. And I had one time in the summertime I wore a shirt that showed my belly button. What? You made it sound like you left like a horrible porn life. I know. Yeah, I was deep in it. What? I had a tattoo. What? Okay. Why would you want that on your card? He's like, yeah, dog, that's on my card. Went through a gang life.
Yourself, and then from that it escalates to, okay, well now,
yeah, seriously,
these are your enemies. Mm-hmm. Was there ever an explanation of why you have beef?
Got
with
a
this
second
gang
ear piercing,
or was it just like they don't like our kind, therefore when we see them it's on sight?
No, it was just more of like, you know, there was explanations. Okay, this is what happened between these two.
Yeah, it's like
And,
street cred.
It trickled down.
Well, he's also performing for him. Like, look at him. He looks like Yakuza, right? Like, he actually does look like a convict, actually. You know, to give Johnny Chang credit, he really does look the part. But Ruslan's like, damn, dog, yeah, me too, son. And Johnny Chang's like, no, not really. Not really, though.
To that.
What'd you do? Well, one time I took, you know those machines where like they had the arm come down? And it was like, damn, I want that teddy bear for my girl. And I put my arm up there and like grabbed it. I grabbed the thing because I missed it and sit. So I got that. But a security guard was like across like the balcony at the mall, saw me. Like my eye contact. And I was like, damn, I'm going in. And Johnny Chang's like, no.
And they did.
They did explain it.
Yeah, my OGs were very thorough. Actually, they explained like why we got into it.
Yeah, the worm claw.
And we're more of a defensive unit, so like we have.
They should have those. They should have a machine at the carnival that plays to people who are good at stealing. And it's basically like, it's not like, here, pay money to use a claw to steal something. It's like, here, you go into this room and you try to steal something and get away with it. It's like claiming you're a musician because you bear Guitar. Yeah, you beat Guitar Hero. Yeah, totally. Yeah. We was on tour, dog. Touring was hard, dude. You were around all sorts of stuff, dude. All sorts of temptations. Yeah, where did you tour? Well, it was Guitar Hero, dog. Like they have this like section where you go to different like Japan and like it's hard life
to kind of think about that, and so they would explain everything.
Okay, and then what leads up to you catching your first case, and how old were you when that happened?
So I was
catching your
12 years
first
old.
case,
I
dog.
was only 3 months in the gang, and
like, why are you talking like this, dude? You're supposed to leave the culture. You don't say catch your first case, dog. You say, when did you get arrested and convicted and sent to prison? Stop fluffing it up, dude. You're making it sound poetic and nice. You're making it sound like, oh, there's a nice culture to this. When did you catch your first case, dog? No. When did you get treated like an animal and get put in bars, like behind bars like an animal? Dog, when did you catch your first case and shit? Dude, it's not something you collect on a playing card that's good for your playing card, dude.
I ended up catching my first case, which was...
I guess I'll use your framing. I usually wasn't going to say that because I still, even though I'm sort of gangster, I still have sort of like a pretty ordered way of speaking. Even though I'm Asian and gangster, somehow I'm enunciating words better than you. Even though I've been around a lot more than you. And I don't know, it's making me uncomfortable when you say things like juvie and catching your first case. It's almost like you looked up words before this interview and you couldn't wait to say them to me. I'm very uncomfortable right now.
It was initially a robbery and kidnapping, but they dumbed it.
I'm sorry. I didn't know this. You kidnapped someone? Oh my gosh.
It down luckily to...
I didn't know there was a kidnapper to heterodox ministry pipeline. I knew there was a prison to YouTube light pipeline. Wow.
Dissuading a witness for the benefit of a gang. It was a group of us. We wanted to rob a drug dealer, and he ended up singing. He got caught.
He ended up singing, as you would say, Ruslan. I usually don't say that. I usually just say He told on us. He ratted us out or something like that. But now that you said it, Ruslan, singing, nod. Let's pretend that that's a normal thing we say, singing. I'll do it for you, Ruslan. It is your show. I will say singing for you, even though that sounds even weird for me.
And for another, like a whole separate case, and was like, by the way, I know these guys, they're doing these robberies on, other people and kind of like tipped them off. And then, I got arrested, bust down the door, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
And it was at 12 years old.
Guys, we're going to go over to our Patreon exclusive.
Oh, hell yeah, you are. I bet you are. If you want to learn more about what happened to Johnny Chang in jail and what kind of stuff he had to do to survive in jail, you go over to Patreon and pay for it. It's like OnlyFans, but it's for the jail. It's like only cells. It's like incels, but they're actually in the cells, dog. If you want to pay for that, we got footage from him sleeping and stuff and brushing his teeth. Horde life up in there. So you could check that out on my Patreon and get all the behind the scenes tidbits of like his jail time and like what else happened in there and stuff. All right, yo, suit up. I think that means something probably. Yeah, I went out singing. I went singing. Only cons. Yeah, only cons. Yeah. So there's that, dog. So I hope you check that out, dog. Don't want to miss it, dude. There's so many, like, exclusive stuff in there. It's the worst, dude. He just put me in... Honestly, he put me in a bad mood. Like, starting with the Orthodox stuff, that already was like, dude... Come on. You could have at least said, you know what? I understand. From the Orthodox view, you want someone who's Orthodox, baptized Orthodox, and in good standing and so forth. This is already set up. I apologize. I do get your concern. I promise next time we have something like this, I will put up someone who's in a better situation to represent Orthodoxy in such a high, sort of like a high level stage situation. You could have just said that. Only men. Yeah, dog. Palate cleanser for... Yeah, I don't even know what it would be, guys. I don't even know what it could be. Honestly. If you guys are on X, make sure to go over there and help me. I've got quite a viral thing going on over there. I'm not going to show it on YouTube because of the whole AI weapons thing. It is a cartoon, so it shouldn't matter, but nonetheless, they always screw me. So, yeah, there's the thing. Go share it there. It's at 100, almost at 150K views. Little meme. So, go give it a like and a share. Ruslan was a white kid trying to hang out with a black. Definitely. In Gran Torino? Yeah, totally. So stupid. Yeah, so that's when I realized I'm going to start my own church and stuff and do gematria and do my own, like, tour where people pay tickets to hear me talk about my own interpretation of the gospel. So, yeah, that's how it all started. I mean, storted. Storted. That's how it started. Yeah, I need a palate cleanser. What do I do? Chase. Hey, Chase. It's not surprising that Ruslan is perverting their referent for gangster. Protestantism has it ingrained in their doctrine. It's their prelest. Dude, I actually want to be, like, hoarder. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to, like, see if, like, maybe me and Jay can, like, get to, like, do, like, a gangster sort of theological sit down. Like, maybe a call-in and sit. And me and Jay can, like, talk about our horde life. Like, growing up, dude. You know what I'm saying, dog? Like maybe we should be doing that. maybe like stuff like that and shit. For sizzle, dog. What did we get here? So what's on the... Okay, we got Juvie. We got Sang. We got, Case. Caught a case. I caught a case. That's so... Dude, that's such lame. I caught a case. Oh, yeah, Danny got stomped. Dire debates, that could be good. Did anyone put a highlight out yet? That should have been pretty quick, huh? That was brutal. That was absolutely brutal. Actually, good on the new guy, Mike. He's not a moderator or a debater necessarily. And, it's kind of... There's some structural sloppiness there, but, for someone stepping in and not having really done a lot of moderation, he actually managed that okay. He managed that pretty good. With Captain. Yeah, that was rough. I actually have a really fun idea for that. I gotta get on it. What time is it? Almost 3 o'clock. Yeah, Captain. That dude should not even be a thing anymore. I like that Jay is not afraid to go into that, like, cultural mocking. Honestly, people are going to be like, that's racist. I think that's funny. I think it's funny. Yeah, dog. Being called James for an hour was funny. That was a rough one. That was a rough one. Hey, look. Okay, members only. Okay. Oh, did you guys see? Here's a good palate cleanser. Oh, here's is good. This is good. Here we go. Here we go. This is Val Orthodoxia. This is what we need more of to soften up the orthosphere, is a little mockery on the ortho bros. Without further ado, this is Val. I guess his channel name is just Val, so you can give him a follow.
Hey, Seraphim, how's it going? I'm doing good, Nikolai. It's good to see you. Did you watch that Jay Dyer Tim Gordon debate? Yeah, I saw a few clips, but I just don't really watch debates anymore because it's not good for my phronema. Ah, you on that phronema grind? Yeah. I'm sure you know what that's all about though, right? Yeah, for sure. I've actually just been reading a lot lately. It's really helped me align my orthodoxia with my orthopraxis. Say what now? Just been learning a little Koine on the side, Koine Greek? Yeah, trying to read the fathers in the original, if you know what I'm saying. Of course. I'm actually currently reading The Mystical Theology of the Eastern Church by Vladimir Lossky. That's cool. In the original French. French?
The Sumans.
You say? He primarily wrote in French, but I'm sure you already knew that. It's really helping me understand theosis on a much deeper level. I'm happy for you. I don't actually read contemporary Orthodox authors. I like to read those the church was built on.
Suman gets me.
The church fathers. Indeed. I'm just about finished with St. John of Damascus' exposition on the Orthodox faith. Oh, you're still on that? I like something a little more philosophically and theologically dense, personally. More philosophical and theological than St. John of Damascus? Currently making my way through Ambigua by St. Maximus the Confessor. I've stopped reading philosophical and theological works altogether. What now? Reading spiritual writings of the saints helps purify and illuminate my muse. News? That's interesting because I'm actually reading the ladder of the Divine Ascent right now. Up the ladder you go, as they say. And it's really been helping me practice Hezekiah. Taking the passions, with water. Complete detachment from them, interior silence. Well, I remember the first time I read the ladder of the Divine Ascent. Yeah, about 5 years ago. Bruh. Oh, I'm actually reading it to supplement it with my actual reading of the Philokalia. Theological? That's the one? That's amazing. I actually stopped reading altogether.
I just stopped reading.
Why? It takes away from my prayer life. Yeah, I do 10 sets of the Jesus prayer and to the Theotokos morning, day, and evening. Just 10 sets? 1,000 knot prayer rope. No! I pray without ceasing. 1 Thessalonians 5:17, currently praying in my head as we speak. I've basically been living like a monk for the last 5 years. I haven't made love to my wife in half a decade because of my asceticism and devotion to the faith. I've been fasting for the entirety of Generation Z's existence. I haven't tasted meat and dairy for about a quarter of a century. Didn't I see you at the Outback Steakhouse the other day? Yeah. You really do all that?
Payoff.
No. I just binge watch Orthodox YouTubers. Well, I get all my orthodoxy from TikTok and Instagram Reels. Same time next Sunday? Yup.
Nice, dude. Nicely done. Probably one of the funniest and accurate things I've seen. That's just good to see. Bravo. Excellent. Go follow Val. That was hilarious. I'll actually share that as a post as well. That's just funny. That's just really good. What's funny about that, there's a layer to that where Val must necessarily be making fun of himself because you would have to know all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like Val is partially dunking on himself because he has to know all of that stuff. Like all his references. He has to know all of them. The beard sweating is hilarious, yeah. Yeah, that was orthomaxing. It's like a valve. You know what that does for people? Like, it releases a type of a pressure valve because there's so much pressure to be like, oh, I'm orthodox doxing. I'm really doing it. Relatable to my catechesis. Yeah. It's just real good. Yeah, we have to joke about ourselves. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I show you guys my shoulders every day. It's like an act of humility. It's like being naked a little bit in a spiritual sense. Yeah, it's a joke on pride. Absolutely. Anyway, I don't know who's live right now, but you can be anywhere. You could be anywhere. Let's check it out. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. You know what? You guys get music today. You guys ortho broed so hard today that how about a classic, shall we? And then we'll be out of here. You guys can go anywhere you want. Let me actually set up something or other. Here we go. Okay. All right. Here we go. That's an annoying voice. Nani, Huggy the Monkey Boy. Nah. How about nothing? Sometimes I just do nothing, and that's okay. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Peaches in the summertime and apples in the fall. If I can't have my Shady Grove, I want no one at all. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Cheeks as red as a blooming rose and eyes of a curious brown. She's a darling of my heart, sweetest girl in town. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. When I was just a little boy, I wanted a Barlow knife. Now I just want Shady Grove to say she'll be my wife. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Get myself a big fine horse and corn to feed him on. Shady Grove can stay at home and feed him when I'm gone. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Cheeks as red as blooming rose and eyes of a curious brown. She's a darling of my heart, sweetest girl in town. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Peaches in the summertime and apples in the fall. If I can't have my Shady Grove, I want no one at all. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. When I was just a little boy, I wanted a Barlow knife. Now I just want Shady Grove to say she'll be my wife. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Get myself a big fine horse and corn to feed him on. Shady Grove can stay at home and feed him when I'm gone. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. I was born in a mountain town, in a little old farmhouse by the stream. And I sit up on those rocks and I dream about leaving that old mountain town. So I went out to Hollywoodland with this old guitar, not a dollar in my hand. I never made a deal my soul they couldn't steal. I packed it up and I left at Hollywoodland. Trying to head on down the road. Can't do it on my own. Can't bear this heavy load as I try to find my way back home. So I went back to the mountain town. Got a little old farmhouse by the stream, and I sit up on those rocks and I dream about growing old in that little old mountain town. I'm trying to head on down the road. Can't do it on my own. Can't bear this heavy load as I try to find my way back home. Who's original? That one was original. There's another original I play, but the first one's not an original. Shady Grove? No, that's an old song. Did I hear that swarms of bees are attacking Israel? No.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Do I play with harmonica? Yeah. I don't know what I'm doing though. I get all my tips from Alanis Morissette. Tell old Bill when he gets home this morning. Tell old Bill when he gets home this evening. Well, tell old Bill when he gets home, better leave them downtown girls alone this morning, this evening, too soon. Bill came home about 8:30 this morning. Bill came home about 8:30 this evening. Well, Bill came home about 8:30, yeah. Bill came home through that old front gate this morning, this evening, too soon. Sal was home, she was making bread this morning. Sal was home, she was making bread this evening. Well, Sal was home, she was making bread when she heard the news that old Bill was dead this morning, this evening, too soon. Bill came home in a hurry up wagon this Bill came home in a hurry-up wagon this evening. Well, Bill came home in a hurry-up wagon. Bill came home and his feet was dragging this morning, this evening too soon. bless every one of you. See you guys tomorrow. Again, I got a debate on Saturday, hosted on Modern Day Debate, but I will be streaming it right here. So I'll see you there, but I'll see you sooner tomorrow. Thank you for that tip, sir. Appreciate y'all. I'm out. And Luca, if you're still here, make sure you make it into the Serbian church that you have access to, okay? Adios. God bless you.
Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. Guess another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here is done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant. Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. Guess another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here was done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant.